Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling, then good on your boxing. Yeah, this mental headshot sting. So do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Everybody, what's up? Welcome to another episode of MZ Talks Boxing. I'm your host, MZ. We're going to talk about it. But we ain't going to waste our time talking about some, it's nonsense going on all around the place. But it is what it is, and I guess that's what news is made of, the cycle of people doing dumb stuff or things that happen that people have to talk about. They just have to talk about it. Don't matter what it is, you got to open your mouth and speak on it. You feel me? Well, I got some work done on the music area this week. And you know what? My brother DeCane came through big time for me. Big time. Big time. We're gonna sit back and wait for a few people to fall in before we really get things rolling. We're gonna enjoy this night and just enjoy the night. Sure, what else can you do? Let me get things set up right. Look at the mess up in here. Waiting for the family to fall through. Got a chance to stop by Marlowe's Corner yesterday and chop it up a little bit. Felt good to be at the house. Hadn't been there in a minute. Want to wish my brother Trey X good luck on the road in his travels. Stay safe. Make sure you take care of yourself. Keep your eyes open and your ears open. Trouble always finds a way to pop up some kind of way, and we don't want you to end up in nothing. So take care of yourself, bro. To all the family from the block fam, I salute you guys, whether you're here or not. I hope that everybody's having a blessed and wonderful, wonderful week. Things are going as you planned. And if something goes if something goes unplanned, deal with that just as well, too. You know what I'm saying? You got a comment in the house. Gil Cole's in the house. He says, salute, OG. I say, what's up, Gil Cole? Salute to you. And I just want to let you know, they pull the flute player out of the woodworks. I'm going against the flute player, man. I got to let you know I'm going against Thurman. Unless it's somebody I think he can beat. But right now, I don't think he's going to be whooping on nobody. I got to come in here and throw rocks and mud at whoever going against me on anything when it comes down to putting your money where your mouth is. I got the oracle on my side. I don't know who you got on your side. But I'm listening to the man, the myth, the legend. God damn, I keep spilling weed everywhere. Make no damn sense. Did I just cuss? Yeah, I probably did. So we're going to have the floor open tonight. We're going to just discuss whatever comes to mind. Somebody want to join, jump on the panel, join in. Feel free to. I sent a link to the Discord, so the doors is open. I want to surprise everybody and let you guys know. I got my boy, Social Scientist. We pulled a social science, a scientific experiment just to see how things was going to go over with it. And my brother came through strong for me. I guess I'm going to play a little music tonight just to get things going as soon as I can find out what I did. There it is right there. Okay. Share screen. Let's go ahead and pull this up real quick. Do. Hey, baby. All right. I got Miss Wallace in the house. Holly Wallace saying hi. And I'm saying hi back to you, sexy girl. What's happening? That's my baby, y'all. So don't y'all be looking that way. That's all mine. All mine. We're going to start tonight off with jamming a Hydro Blow by the Track Titans featuring the Social Scientists. Let's get it. Well, I guess I could get it if I could like find a screen for it. Let me say it again. Okay, we got it. Dumb day. Okay. And my baby early today too. Look at that, girl. Go ahead and put something else in the text. What you got going on out there in California? How are things going out there in Cali? She living that Cali life. I got me a Cali girl. California girl. California dream. Well, anyway, back to the situation at hand. Check this out. Tell me what you think. Hydro Blow by the Track Titans featuring the Social Scientist, a.k.a. The Kane.
Shorty looking mad fly, had me captivated when she walked by. I'm serious, she had me feeling this tingle, son. Stimulating conversation after mingling. Honey was jingling, this stretched jeans looking clean. Appearance would enhance any scene. I mean, feel that? Really? I know it sounds silly, but looking at her was like puffing on a fat fillet. Relaxing, she had this natural attraction. She started laughing when she saw my reaction. Oh my, pass the name and number to the cell. Asked for mine, I said his oldest last name is Bell. Also known as the O, the B, the 3, the A, the S, the T. It's me, obese, you get high. Then I'm your guy. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go.
Slow burning. Say what you want, just be blunt. I can stand the flames. Take a ride on Decay Airlines. I promise you'll be glad you came. The fire in your eyes make wetness between your thighs. You say you never blow, I eliminate your disguise. Underneath your green exterior, I gaze. Exploration of your brain leaves me in a purple haze. I see consent as my morals continue living. I just like to engage in a little oral tradition. So pardon my unorthodox approach to blazing luscious. That's just the way I roll. Lick the split before I stuff it. You like it hot, I got enough smoke to choke the average throat. But tonight I'm trying to go a little deeper. Loving enough of your lips, taking drags off this gas, just puff and never pass. I'm your high value reason.
I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go.
I'm chilling in my room all this night. I got something tied up in the shower. Am I right? A friend in the negligee smiling and she rolling up. Every once in a while looking up, saying, "Girl, hurry up." She placed her gaze back up on and took a deep sigh and said, "I'm so home. You want a drink?" I said, "Yeah." And while she walking to the table, she asked me what I think. I like the way your lips talk, I like she pout. And that ass got my little man shouting. She kinda giggled, "Oh, you like what you see?" Before I can answer, I heard, "Hey, what about me?" I turned around, she got a pose with no clothes, with her leg up on the chair, with her ass exposed. She said, "Don't speak, just lay back on the bed." Said something about double hit. Yeah, you heard what she said.
And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. One, two, we got that heat for you. 3, 4, you really want more. 5, 6, dropping nothing but hits. 7, 8, wait. We gon' do it. We gon' do it. We gon' do it. We gon' do it.
We just gonna jam it, y'all. But we gonna do the talk.
We gon' do it. We gon' do it.
I hear they out there looking for me. Tell me where they at. Been out here for a second, man. I guess that was cap. I got myself a bag of flowers. About to make a cake. Look it up. Niggas talking about some jewelry, man. I'm on that real estate. They don't pop their pussy for niggas that they don't know. I'm all into the spots. Pussy popping for show. Niggas getting upset and I can see it in their face. I'm in my chill mode. Don't make me have to take your cake.
1, 2, we got that heat for you. 3, 4, really want more. 5, 6, dropping nothing but hits. 7, 8, wait. We gon' do it. 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 They tell me I'm belligerent when I'm inebriated. I tell them that I'm calm, but they always want to debate it. I get hella faded and niggas act like they hate it. Puff and pass, nigga, bitching about how they waited. I got my drink and smoke, I'm laid back, feeling elated. Looking in the sky while my pupils is dilated. Check my lotto numbers from earlier, cause I played it. Then I hear my song on the station. They got me till we made it. 1, 2, we got that heat for you. 3, 4, really want more. 5, 6, dropping nothing but hits. 7, 8, wait. We gon' do it. 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 We gon' do it.
I'm from the dirty south, yeah, we getting money too. Don't give a fuck about what these other motherfuckers do. I'm from a city that is wild as the fucking zoo. Houston, Texas, we ghetto boys and we bang school. Shout out to the south side and peace to the north too. Southwest, we in this bitch. Ain't what it do, I take off like a Houston Rocket. Got bros, not partners, all my little cousins. Told y'all I'm such a rock star. These hoes love me, instantly we start vibing. They see me being a full-time player, you just part-timing. I'm lit like a big more heat than a furnace. Light 'em up with the quickness like my big brother Ernest. Doing my thing, hit my Dougie on these niggas. Bubba Sparks, hell yeah, it's getting ugly for these niggas. I'm so Texas player parlaying on another level. Success is my best friend. I've been through setbacks and failures. And tell you those ass friends, they can get it too. I'm on my grind, call state of the art, fool. Yeah, snap back, on backwards, on tilt. My nigga, I'm so cool. Flawless victory, oh, tell them what they do.
1, 2, we got that heat for you. 3, 4, really want more. 5, 6, dropping nothing but hits. 7, 8, wait. We gon' do it. 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 We gon' do it.
Y'all know what it is. We back up in this piece once again. Wait for the family to come through. We're gonna sit back and chop it up like we always do. I thought I'd come through here and do a little jamming and a little talking. As they say, swallow some spit, do a little talking. Man, want to bring up any subject you guys want to bring up tonight. We're gonna bring it up. We're gonna try to chop it up. I know some people want to talk about Kyrie Irving and the things going on with him, which is crazy. They talking about his career might be over. He might not play again. But the man is standing on the square. He's standing on the square. He posted the link to a video, to a movie that he didn't make. He didn't put money behind it or anything like that. He just felt that it was a good look, so he posted it. And boy, did he get what you would call a crap storm blowing his way over him posting a video. Now, they saying he's anti-Semitic. He needs to spend money. He has to be suspended. He has to apologize. He has to meet with said leaders of this group. And I'm like, really? First of all, what's the money for? Who's going to benefit from that money that he has to pay? And why are they trying to drag him? Why are they dragging him like that? Every time someone says something about this certain group, there's a storm that comes behind it. a big storm that comes brewing behind it that causes people to suffer. And the excuse is always the same. You've hurt some people's feelings and you made them feel uncomfortable. This is America. Let me not blame it on America. This is not just America. This is the world that we live in. Things are said. People's feelings get hurt. Everybody's not running around paying people because of things they say. I think it's crazy. Wait a minute. Gil Coles is speaking to me. He said, OG, they got a video on EJ looking crazy out there. Just seen it, shaking my head. What? Is this a jab at my boy EJ from a Keith Thurman fan saying you trying to say he looking nervous because they might be trying to put Keith on him? But if you got a link, let me know. Send it to me so I can see what you're talking about. Do he look crazy? That's what I want to ask you, Gil Coles. Do he look crazy? If you say yeah, then I'm going to really have to go check it out. But if you say no, then I'm going to say, okay, it's just some clickbait. But I want to know what you guys think about Kyrie Irving being put on the suspension list and being told that he has to apologize and give money and meet with the leaders and I said apologize. Yeah. And he also has to take some kind of course, which also sounds, a little, it just sounds a little bit much for me. What's up to Joseph Brown? Salute. Glad you in the house. They say his girl recorded him tore up. Drunk tore up. Is that what you're saying? This a recent video or old video? Please say it's an old video. Don't tell me this is something up to date and new. But y'all know the link is in the Discord. Joseph Brown in the house. Salute. Okay, Gil Cole said he'll put it in the Discord. I'll check it out. Let me know when it's in there and I'll peep it out. Like I said, the link is in the Discord as well. You guys jump on in if you want to. Y'all know the panel is always open. Once again, the panel is always open for the family. Y'all come on in here and let's see what it is. Breaking news, Crawford with face. So I'm seeing that Crawford has been hit with a mandatory to face Virgil Ortiz. Has anybody else heard about that or seen anything about that? That he gonna have to face Virgil Ortiz? Y'all let me know what y'all think. Is that gonna be a fight that comes through? Will we find a way not to be able to see that fight? We got Maestro, aka Ernest Davis, aka Texas Timbo, aka Manny Draperlin, aka Maestro, my brother, my best friend. Y'all give it up for Ernest Davis in the house. Everybody saying salute to everybody. As I was saying, we got I'm seeing that we're supposed to be seeing Terrence Crawford get mandated to fight Ortiz once again. Terrence Crawford is being slated to have to face Virgil Ortiz. Has anybody seen that? If you got any facts on that, please let me know. I'd love to know if the WBO is called for a mandatory fight for the champion, Terrence Crawford. Once again, I also, like I said, would like to know what you guys are thinking about the situation going on with Kyrie Irving and what's going on. And did anybody hear anything about the mandatory being named for Earl Spence? I need to know all that. I've been told that there's a video of Earl looking bad out there. I need to know if that's true. D-Lo 404 Boxing. He says salute, y'all. We're gonna say salute right back with a big giant S in the front of it. Making sure everybody's doing great. Hope y'all having a good week. Work is going good. Your money is filling up in your pockets all right. Everything's going great. Because that's the only thing we want to know. I just want to know about what good things are happening in your life and how everybody's doing well. We're going to try to dodge any negativity. The Block family, I can't say, has been going quite strong. No arguments and stuff like that amongst its members. It's a beautiful place to be. Great place to be. I've been spending some time on Bovado thanks to the wise words of the Oracle. Y'all know who the Oracle is. I already told you. The man that can pull a frog out of a whale, which that is amazing because whales are vegetarians. But anyway, I just thought I'd throw that curveball in there and see what somebody says. Like I said, once again, the doors is open. I just opened it up, had it came in, got a couple of drinks. Everybody get you something to smoke on, something to sip on. We're gonna sit in here and kick it. That's what we're gonna do. D-Lo 404 Boxing say, living life, even with the BS. Life is great. Always, if you open your eyes and you take some good breath, God gave you the energy to be able to move, walk around, and sustain yourself. It's always a good thing. It's always a good thing. It's the day that you wake up under the dirt that ain't so great. Or wake up living in some heat. Whoo, that is not a dream that I want to wake up to. Y'all feel me? It's been a lot talking about, it's been a lot going on talking about Takeoff and the Migos and stuff like that. Once again, you know, bad deal for that guy. I see a lot of people making headline breaking news about the gentleman that ended up being put into a medically induced coma after his boxing match. You know, they shouldn't be doing that. I don't think it's a big deal. A big thing to be putting in breaking news. People saw the fight. We know what happened to the young man. Welcome to the show, Joseph Brown. What's happening?
What's going on, MZ? I ain't got a lot of time with you, but I'm gonna kick it with you for a little bit.
Man, anytime that you got to share is always a good time.
What you want to touch on first?
Man, the doors is open. Like I said, can we kick it? That means, you know, whatever you want to bring up, you know what I'm saying? The door is open. We're gonna talk about it as it comes through. I have nothing planned.
Hey, it's a witch hunt. You know what it is. They always wanna put us in our place and show us that we ain't shit and we ain't running shit. And you better continue to be subservient and take this money and shut your motherfucking mouth and play ball. That's what happens when you don't own nothing. You don't have no power. You think you got a little bit of power because you got money in this country, but you don't. You know.
Well, to bounce off of that, I can say that the young man is showing that he has some power because his power is his stance. Him standing on his square and not bowing down is his power. You know, him refusing to do this apology today, because, you know, I watched him in a couple of interviews where the interviewers were steadily trying to get him to apologize, to say he's sorry. And the man said, pretty much he danced around it. And I think he should stand firm. I'm tired of seeing people that's supposed to be telling it like it is, and then when someone feels like they made a misstatement, all of a sudden they have to, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt anybody. If I hurt anybody or caused anybody pain, please forgive me. But what about the pain and the hurt that goes on to everybody else in the world? You know, without saying the name, who owns the TV networks that you watch? It's not us. So look at what's being fed to us and our children on these networks. You know, it's garbage, human garbage. Some of these things that we are seeing, nobody's complaining about it. And these people that are being spoke about are the ones that own these things. But that's okay. You know, that's all fine. It's good. I haven't never seen anyone stand up and say, you know what? My feelings are hurt. An African-American person stand up and say that. Does anybody come running to their rescue? Does anybody come and say, hey, man, you know what? You have hurt that community, and we feel like you should pay $500,000, $1 million to help the community. Sit down with me.
We ain't in control. MZ, you can't do that when you ain't in control of nothing.
Exactly.
You don't have nothing. You don't have no leverage. if let's say if we had control of all, let's just hypothetically, let's just say if we was in control of all the food source in this country, or majority of it, and we all got behind a certain agenda, and we said we ain't gonna tolerate this from nobody, and people would have to actually listen, because why? We in control of something. You have to have something of it. You have to place yourself in position to be in control of things that are important in order for you to be able to dictate certain things to others. And we don't have that. In no area in this country do we have that. Nothing.
Well, I can say that, you know, when we hear a lot of reports, one of the things that we do have control over is the spending of the dollar. A lot of things that push forward is pushed forward by a certain group who, for some reason, don't realize that their spending power is a strength, but they spend it in the wrong place. They refuse to spend it with their own, you know. When you say, let's go black owned, there's always somebody in the crowd that say, well, you know, what about this or what about that, or they should do that. It's always a complaint, you know, and it's mainly from our own group of people. Oh, that's too high. That don't cost that much. But we have some items, some people in our culture that has great things for the consumers to be able to get their hands on that works just as well as the name brand things. And the only reason the things that we call them name brand is because everybody runs to them. If we start running to our own stuff, we start supporting our own things can change. But we have to get through to our people. And right now, you know, I live in San Antonio. And when I got here, San Antonio, I felt like was a quiet place, you know, a chill place. And it has erupted into a rash of violent acts all over the city. Shootouts and drive-bys. The other day, there was a drive-by down the road from my job at a church, man. A church. You know, these people have lost all respect for life. Nobody has any respect for God or you know, as most people say, are their higher powers and things like that. It's just crazy. It's insane. G-Lo 404 Boxing said, that's why I watch lots of reruns from the 70s, 80s, and 90s instead of this new age stuff that I can't relate to. I feel you on that. You know, it might have to be stuck in the past in order to entertain yourself when it comes to watching TV. I rarely watch TV, and you know, it is what it is. Hyphy in the house. He said, MG, stop using Wakanda phrases like spending power. How can you have power if you are spending your dollar? Laughing out loud. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you're not holding on to your dollar, I think a report came out that says we hold our money.
I was gonna give it to him once I got finished with this scrap.
We hold our money less than 3 seconds in the neighborhood, where everybody else hold their money for a long time. I might be wrong. It might be less than 3 seconds, but it is what it is. Hyphy, you know it's a spot on here for you if you want to come in and chop it up. Come on in here and cook. I ain't got no problem with that at all.
Yeah,
come on in here and cook with us. You know the link in the description. I love to hear what you got to say about Kyrie, because I remember you bringing that up. What was it, last week? And I want to see what your feelings are about it and everything like that. I also want to ask what you think about Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal ripping Kyrie Irving. Joseph Brown, what you think about the NBA legends saying what they had to say?
Their opinions are bought or paid for. They own a network in which doesn't endorse any of that so-called free thinking. So, I mean, what do you expect? That's what they're going to do. They're not going to support nothing that he's saying. And at the same time, you know, Shaquille O'Neal, he got himself in a little hot water. So he's sitting here criticizing Kyrie Irving and saying he should get suspended. But how come nobody's talking about the fact that same documentary that Kyrie Irving was endorsing, he actually profited off it because one of his so-called movie theaters that he has ownership in played that movie in the movie theater. So he made money off of that. Kyrie Irving didn't make no money off of that. He was just promoting it. But at the same time, you know, but the media is not questioning Shaq on none of this stuff. They're questioning Kyrie Irving. We all know it's a witch hunt. This is something that obviously he pissed them off. It has nothing to do with this particular situation, but it has a lot to do with how he handled the bubble. They didn't like the fact that he came out and was against the whole bubble, saying that people need to not, you know, subject themselves to that during the pandemic. And he feels like, you know, player safety, people should sit out. And that was another indication, but there was something else. He talked about we should have ownership we should start our own league and have ownership. So that's the real issue they've been having with Kyrie Irving, because he made those kind of statements that us as black players or black people, we should come together, uh, start our own league, promote our own league, generate our own money and our own revenue, and promote ourselves in that way without the so-called NBA banner. And they didn't like that. So that since then, he's been public enemy number one, and they're out to, set him as an example to everybody else. Say, hey, if you do this, this is what's going to happen to you.
Well, I can say that, I know they mad at him. They made fun of him about the flat earth thing. I won't even make fun of him about that. I have my thoughts. But I think you're quite correct on that. And a lot of things, the NBA, would it be thriving as well as it was if it wasn't for the ABA that they had, they absorbed and pulled into the league as well? It's a lot of things that's going on that could be said and thrown around, reasons that people feel their way, but it's a power struggle. It's a power struggle, and when somebody steps up and speaks things that could shake up the those that have a strong hand on things, it makes them nervous. It makes them nervous. Somebody might wake up and listen to this guy. Somebody might wake up and listen to this young lady. I also want to ask you about, what's her name, Malika? The young lady that's always going hard on ESPN, the young black lady that was all over. What's his? How you say his name? Adoku? Aboku? I'm not the guy that got a new job from the Bucks. Him.
She's part Jewish. So, what more do you need to say about that?
I can say a lot about it. I don't care if you a part of anything,
I'm just saying she's a part of that umbrella. So she's going to speak out against anything that the machine wants her to speak out against. And as far as she goes, it's whatever. She's always got negative things to say about African American players. No, regardless of what sport it is. She's got this feminist approach that she likes to take. The woman is always the victim in every scenario. They don't have no culpability, no accountability in any of these situations. It's always the guy's fault. There's always the guy who's the aggressor, who needs to be vilified and demonized in every aspect. So, that's what you're going to get from her.
I feel you on that. Just to jump into the chat, Hyphy says, I love smart, dumb ninjas like Kyrie. No problem with his action. But I see they buck broke him the same way they made Haney buck dance. What, has Kyrie made a change on his stance or something? I missed that.
He kind of apologized already. He didn't do the formal apology like they want him to do, but he did come out and say I apologize. So none of these guys they don't really have the fortitude like our predecessors. It's like everything's, once their money's being affected to some degree, except for Dave Chappelle, none of these guys don't have the stamina to keep the fight going, even for themselves.
Well,
So it's like how can you really get fully behind somebody if they don't really have the fortitude to go the distance with it?
I feel you on that, and naming Dave Chappelle, well, that's a good one because I don't believe I heard him apologize for anything. Dave has been standing on his square. I don't know about the buck dancing that Haney did. Hyphy, you're gonna have to tighten me up on that one. Hyphy also said, I love these kind of discussions. The truth about Kanye West, Kyrie, Urban Decoded. Keep it going, please. Well, that's why I said the floor is open. The door is open. Anybody that wants to come in and have a conversation with us, come on in, bring in anything you want to bring in. We're going to chop it up to the best of our ability and to the best of my knowledge. I'm going to give you the best thoughts that I have on the situation. But, as far as men, black men, I'm going to put it out there. Black men, stand on your square. Stand on, if you know yourself to be right, don't let anybody or anything change that. What does it do for you? It doesn't do anything for you. It does your view, or shall I say, it does your image in the sight of your people, because they say, oh, he gave in. He gave in. He let them talk. He let them bully him so he can keep getting a check. You rich already. And I know you guys heard me say that already, but once you're rich, you're rich. You make the decision to be able to keep up on it and make money off of it how you choose. The way you got it, okay, that's not gonna last forever. So what do you do with it after you're done? You know, I would love if Kyrie didn't play another game of NBA basketball and he stood on his square. People are going to say, "Well, MZ, that's you and that's your thought." But I could respect him more for that, and I can't say anything but good things about it. I have yet to see one of us be able to stand on our square, regardless of what's thrown at him or her. You know, what's thrown at that person. I have yet to see them just stand there and take it and be like, you know what? I don't care what you say. This is how I feel. This is what I thought. You know, this is my reaction. You can't, because I feel this way and I think this way, I'm in trouble because all of y'all think that way. Big deal. So what you think that way? It serves you well. It doesn't serve me well like that. You know, for me to sit there and do something that doesn't appeal to me, that's stupid. That's stupid. And people need to wake up and see that. You don't have to just do what the masses are doing or follow the footsteps of the so-called forefathers, because who forefathers were they? I'm just saying, you know, just to put it out there. This is what my thoughts are on Kyrie, LeBron, Kanye, Barkley, and Shaq. Hall of Famer Brett Favre has been accused of using special access to former Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant and other officials in his home state in order to steal $8 million in welfare payments. Now, let's leave that up there for a second, because I did see that. I took it down. I did see that. And it's not being put out in the public as big as the situation with Kyrie Irving. Now, you're telling me that, you're telling me that this man gave a link to a movie that he felt like would be a good look for his people, and the world loses their mind. But Brett Favre gets to steal $8 million, not just any old kind of $8 million. He stole $8 million in welfare payment. That's money for people that's poor. You have stolen from families that need help. And we're not witch hunting him like they're doing Kyrie. Really? Come on, man. What you think about that, Joe?
I mean, it's something that we've talked about before. I mean, in terms of Brett Favre's despicable individual, Mississippi is probably one of the poorest states in the United States. And the fact that he's able to do that and get away with it, that tells you all you need to know. I mean, it's obvious. There's no agenda for when you're doing that, and you're the right, how do you call it, shade. So it is what it is, man. I mean, nothing that happens in this country is a shock to me anymore. Everything's agenda and propaganda based. It comes out in one form or another. All it takes is for you to piss off the right person, and then you'll start to see exactly what it is.
I feel you on that. Hyphy said, y'all see Wilder hasn't said anything about this stuff. Even his hotep ass knows better. Well, sometimes people choose to speak and sometimes they choose not to. I can't call for anybody and make them speak on the subject, but if they do speak on it, you know, and I listen to it, if it resonates with me, then hey, it is what it is. If it doesn't, then I have the right to say that it doesn't. And isn't that what this is really pretty much all about? Once again, the man shared a link to a movie. He put no money into or anything like that except for if he went to go see it. But he shared the link because he thought it was a good look. And once again, it started a brush fire that is now turned into a forest fire, which has forced him to apologize. Sad.
I'm laughing because it's funny to me. What was that one comedic special that Dave Chappelle had where he said, let's ask Ja about the situation. Let's ask Wilder about the situation.
To be honest, seeing that Hyphy did bring it up, I would wonder how would they come at Wilder, you know, because As you guys remember when he did the I Want a Body on My Record thing, they tried to make that turn into something. And he pretty much stood his ground on it that I could remember, unless somebody heard him apologize that I didn't hear. But the man said what he said, and he gave reason for why he said it, and he kept it moving. Maybe he'll come out and say something about Kyrie. Maybe he won't. Maybe he don't like basketball anymore. I know I don't. I don't like football either. As much as I love boxing, some of the things that's going on in it are starting to make my stomach turn. But I'm going to stand true to boxing. Let me see. Adilo, stop crying about 357. Cannon Slinger. ATG Britt. Tell it about how Parasite, who was that? Took millions from Black Lives Matter and co-founder. Oh, I see he's making a comparison, saying that the people well, I will put it like this. Black Lives Matter is supposed to be a movement. I know it's ideas of where it started, who started it, how it started, and yes, some people stole money from Black Lives Matter because they turned it into an organization. An organization is able to steal money from you. A movement is not. A movement is actions. A movement is a way of thinking, things of trying to change things, to do things right. If money is put to it, that money is fused and set straight to the action that is needed. Black Lives Matter turned into an organization. It was hijacked. I believe it was hijacked from its conception, but I haven't been all slung into it like most people are. I will use the slogan and say Black Lives Matter. I have a black life. I am the father of 5 black children, husband of a black wife, member of a black family. Those lives matter to me. I see a lot of black men and black women and black children in the streets. Those lives matter to me. I do nice things when I can. I help people out when I can. Those are movements. You know what I'm saying? Things to help people. I understand what you're saying, Hyphy, but shoot, Brett Favre done a thing, and I'm comparing that to Kyrie Irving. You know, we can get on the Black Lives Matter people, but it won't take us anywhere. We're talking about the actions of one group as a whole, how it holds individuals. And right now, Brett Favre and Kyrie Irving should be in trouble together. And I think Brett Favre should be facing some kind of charges to pay this money back that he took from these homeless, these families that need welfare, whether they be black, white, Hispanic, whatever. He stole money from them. Who did Kyrie take money from? Oh, that's right. They took money from him. Crazy how things go. You got anything to say about that, Joseph?
Yeah, that's the power they have. They can snatch away. It's once they're writing the checks, that's the only power they can have, is take away and tarnish your image. So they take your money away and tarnish your image.
That's one thing you touched on that's true to form back as long as I can remember. That first they tarnish your name, then they try to break your pockets. They either start putting out a bunch of propaganda that you're losing your mind, you're going crazy. It's always something. Then the next thing you know, they start hitting your pockets. Next thing you know, you fade away into obscurity.
They said Chappelle was on fucking crack. Can you imagine that? At the height of his peak, the peak of his powers, creating the most impactful comedic skit show at the time. They said this man,
don't forget
that they stole. They said this man was on fucking crack.
Well, he's one of the biggest crack things I've ever seen. But not to mention, you know, there's been a couple of mayors, I think one in Texas, that was literally caught smoking crack. This dude stood on his square and kept his job.
I know who you're talking about, Marion Barry.
You know what I'm saying?
In DC, he got reelected so many times. You just like, oh, whatever.
You know, you look at that and you be like, how is that possible?
What does that say about our people that will continue to put a crackhead in office?
Man. It's insane that the actions that you see, what's acceptable and what's not. Right now, you hear people say, I'm going to tell my truth. Your truth? How are we telling different truths about the same fact? Last time I checked, the fact was the truth. And the only way to tell anything about the fact is to just tell it. I look leery at people who say, I'm going to tell my truth, because your truth might be spotted with a bunch of lies, which makes it a lie. Doesn't make it a truth anymore.
That's a manipulator right there.
Right. And this world is turning into that at full throttle. I am a black man that loves black people. I think I've said that plenty of times. Have I come up with a plan to get us out of what we're in? No, I haven't. Have I been thinking of ways to make things better for my people? Yes, I have. And it is not an easy task when you don't have like-minded people doing the same thing with you. Or when you do have like-minded people doing the same with you, they end up becoming pariahs or talked about as, oh, he's weird, he's crazy, he's this, he's that. That doesn't make sense, you know. And you get enough people singing that, it can discourage a person. But the thing is, what makes you great, what makes your ideas great and things stand through to help others is you persevere and you keep going through whatever it is you need to go through to get that thing done. I'll hop on doing this broadcast. Where are the NFAC Negroes? They died out, ran out of costume. Who was that? Do you know what the NFAC is? I don't know.
That's that fake ass militant group, black militant group who was protesting on the 4th of July a couple years ago. And I forget, like I think they were outside of DC or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they had a whole bunch of guns and stuff like that. That whole movement got killed. They had like 15 minutes of fame.
Did our government go after them or something, or did they just disbanded?
It got disbanded quicker than. The leader had some ridiculous ass name. It's like once you found out who the leader name was and whatnot, you're just like, oh man, this can't be you can't take this shit serious. He called himself like Grandmaster, like some kind of rapper name, some kind of ridiculous name. I forget. It's funny though. If Hyphy could get that name, man, I'll definitely repeat it over and over again.
Okay. I see everybody say, Lord have mercy, crack his way. DC mayor was mayor. Okay. D-Lo was answering that. The most revolutionary thing you can do to empower black people is to better yourself and raise your black family. Exactly, Hyphy. I feel the same way. Bettering yourself, making sure those that's in your family better themselves, and hopefully that mindset sets so when they have children of their own, they're thinking the same way. That's how we can pull our black people out of the situation that they're in. But how do we get that way of thinking to other families, to other parents, to other children? With so much trash that's floating around in these cell phones and iPads and computers, they give these people everything they need to not pay attention to what's going on around them. I've seen so many young men and women that come through the store that when you look at them and you talk to them and you hear them talk back to you, you realize that they're what's the word I'm looking for? Starts with a C. They're not complacent. They're I'll think of it. They're satisfied with the situation that they're sitting in right now. They're not trying to do better. You got people that's on welfare that don't want to look for a job, that refuse to look for a job. These people that get on housing, that their rent is only $25 or $30 or some insane number like that, because it boggles my mind, and you're behind on rent. You won't even get a job to pay $15 of rent. Oh, and not to mention, you know, they can't have a man there, which leads you to say, how do you have this situation, 4 or 5 kids, and the first thing the government says is, oh, we'll give you free stuff as long as you don't let a man there to help you raise these children. Maybe giving them help a little bit and letting the man come in to work, letting that young lady be able to work, would help fuse things back together for these families. And I can't just say black families, because there are many families on the welfare program of all shades, all backgrounds. They locked up the leader. I think, oh shoot, they locked up the leader. I think he's still in the slammer. Why did they lock him up? And his name was Grandmaster Jay.
See, that's the comical shit about it. How could you follow somebody calling himself that?
He kind of favored Braxton P. Hardenberry. Okay. Well, I can't really laugh at his name, because you know you got some of the other organizations that got some crazy names, which leads me to the KKK. And why didn't the government go so hard on them like they go so hard on other groups when they form organizations? They jumped on the Black Panthers so fast it was terrible. Like we pointed at this one. I know we kind of laughing at it because the dude's name and everything like that, but at the same time, the humor that we can find in it, I also find the sadness in it that they jumped on these boys that quick. What did they do wrong? What did the leader do wrong? Can you give me some more information on that, D-Lo, if you have any, about the leader and why he got locked up, if he's locked up? I mean, yeah, why he's locked up?
Basically consider him a domestic terrorist.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that Braxton. D-Lo said he looked like Braxton from the Jamie Foxx show. You remember that dude behind the desk, the tall one?
Yeah, what's up, bro Ham?
Yes, him. Wow. So look, man, all I can say is, black people, open your eyes, educate your children, spend time with them, show them mothers, show your daughters what it is to be a lady, what it is to be a woman. You can be strong and have your husband that shelters you all. Quit falling for this story. I don't need a man. And for the sisters, you know, you don't need a black man. I'm hearing these girls. Oh my gosh, this just came in my mind. So these 3 young ladies came into the store the other day, right? Dressed like, I don't know what y'all call them these days, hoochies, thoughts, whatever name you give them, whatever acronym or whatever you throw on them, they was that. And they was talking about these 2 young men. And what I gathered was one of the young men had a job, but he was kind of nerdy and nobody wanted to really mess with him. And the other dude had just got out of jail and was going to pick him up something. And they was talking about going to hang with him.
Hey, see? That's the problem right there. That we value all the negativity and then want to call all men ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? No, you just a female who just picking an ain't shit motherfuckers. Just be honest.
Well, I want to throw something out there. All men, you know, when you hear these women say, "Oh, these men ain't nothing," well, there's just as many of these women that ain't nothing either. And I'm not here to bash on those situations, but it's an equal standard of both sides of that context. What the heck did I do with that?
Yeah, I got what you're saying, MZ, but it's only one side that's being held accountable for the fuck shit that's being done in society.
Yeah, that part is true. There is only one true terror, that runs around in the streets that if you don't keep close your little children and your women, they'll steal them, they'll take them, they'll rape them, they'll kill them, they'll, whatever it is bad that can be pressed up on us has been pressed up on us. Black men have so many different jackets on their back. It's ridiculous. Some jackets you be like, where did that even come from? But, if you don't read, because, the best way to hide something from a black person, so they say, is to put it in a book. And, for the time that I've been living, that's been proven to be right. My brothers and sisters do not do a lot of reading. And if you want to know some things, sometimes you have to go and read. Even if it's a book that you feel like will not do you any good at all. Your enemy wrote that book. He's talking to his people. Maybe you should pick that book up and see what it is they think about you. How they feel they can destroy you. What methods they use to hold you back. So you can figure out a way to combat that. You don't have to write a book, but you reading and learning what your enemy thinks of you and how they feel, the ways to trick you and hold you back. Those are things you need to know. Pick that book up. Crack those pages open. Make that child of yours put something down and pick up a book. And I'm not preaching, I'm just suggesting. My children read. So when I speak on what I'm speaking on, like I said, I have 5 black children. They read. They've graduated, went to college. They are hungry and they thirst for knowledge. I can honestly say that. And they were raised by 2 strong black children, parents. Myself and that Holly Wallace that you seen in the comments. That's my wife. So I'm not telling you what to do, my brothers and sisters. I'm asking you to help me make a world better for our children and our grandchildren. And the only way to do that is to put working knowledge into play.
Are you from the South, MZ?
I'm originally from Gary, Indiana, but I have resided in Texas for over 30 years because this is where my children were born. This is where I met my wife. This is where she was born. I love Texas because of what it has given me. There are some things about Texas that I can't stand. But as far as it giving me a beautiful family, I love it for that. And I represent the hell out of Houston because that's where they're from. That's where I'm from. It's in me. So yeah, I'm a Southern guy. My original roots are from Mississippi. So yes, I would say all in all, I am a Southern guy.
I think that most folks in the South, if they were to put their focus on agriculture, we could control the food sources because that's an area where you can't fail. The government is not going to let people fail in terms of agriculture. You're going to get all kinds of subsidies from the government. There's so many different grants and different things that's going to come your way. I think if there was a concerted effort from those who live in the South to primarily have their children focus on agriculture, now you start controlling the food source. If we were to start teaching our kids about trade schools and not demonize trade schools, you can start getting these contracts for infrastructures and buildings and all this type of stuff. You could have a whole bunch of black people in those positions to be able to have a force in those sectors where we're indispensable. And now they have to pay attention to us. Now they have to listen to us. You know why? Because we're controlling vital aspects of what needs to be done in this country. That's the only way you're going to gain respect. It's not through, folks wanting to be, not to say if that's your dream, your passion, and you're good at it, you could do that. But not everybody should be aspiring to be a rapper or have a fucking jump shot. You know what I'm saying? Like that shouldn't be the goal as the people of black people to be one to just be fucking athletes and make 6 figures being an athlete or entertainer. Like we gotta get more practical about our approach if we want to have control of stuff.
I agree with you with that 100%. I'm gonna jump into the comment real quick and make sure we're keeping up, and then I'm gonna jump back on what you were just touching on with the agriculture. It said, Hyphy said, funny you say that. The only reason I haven't hopped on yet is because I have a book in front of me. That's what I'm talking about, Hyphy. D-Lo 404 say that's definitely the way. And he said, didn't you say you had a brief stay in Georgia too, right, OG? Yes, I also stayed in Atlanta. I stayed in East Point, Marietta, College Park. To be honest, Atlanta is the first place I ever had a job. My first job was at Crystal Burgers. My second job was at the Crab Shack on Old National Highway. And my third job was at this place in Buckhead called J. Paul's. I got a chance to meet Mike Fratello there when he was the coach of the Atlanta Hawks. So as you were saying about the agriculture deal, that's a great idea. And if we can get people to move on that, we can. But if you didn't recognize, the government will even separate the farmers. They've done it. You don't remember seeing the black farmers? I didn't even know that the farmers had two different segments. I thought they were just farmers. But it came out that the black farmers was having an issue with the government because the government was giving all the grants and everything to, dare I say, white farmers. In order for us to really get something, we have to do things. A lot of things have to be done at the same time. Getting our children to learn about agriculture, getting our people to learn about that would be a great move. But what we really have to do, if we start grooming our children, like you said, to think further than having a wicked jump shot or being able to run somebody over on the football field, and start getting them, hey, you can be a mayor. You can be a lawyer. You can be a politician. If we can start embedding that into our children where they're ready, because in order for us to get something like agriculture going, we'd have to have some people sitting in some key spots, and that would be in the government. We have to start priming our children and getting them to believe that these jobs that these people hold are important and dear to them, and dare I say they're dear to us, because those jobs are those key positions, the mayor, the attorney general, judges, you know what I'm saying? Those jobs are important in order to help us be able to complete and do what we need to do. If we never think about, we don't think about voting, because people say voting don't do us no good, it never works for us. We always pick it from the lesser of two evils. Well, why don't we try putting our own people in there? Why don't we grow up some politicians? Why don't we grow up some doctors? Why don't we grow up some lawyers? Why don't we grow up some school teachers and stop growing up basketball players and football players? We got enough of them. If the kid got talent and they good like that, if the chips are down for them to do that, then let them do that. But you can have a wicked jump shot and a strong brain. You can be able to run people over or catch a football with a strong brain. Make your children learn something other than how to shoot that jump shot. You were seeing your kid out there and have them practice 5 or 6 hours shooting jump shots, but you won't make him read a book for 10 minutes. Stop it. And I'm not fussing. I'm just saying these are things that, we as a community, as a group, should be looking at. It's easy to say, I'm sure, but it's easy to do as well. It doesn't take a lot of time to sit down with your children and read a book to attempt to help them with homework. Even if you don't know what you're doing, then start learning with them. I understand that everybody's not fully educated or anything like that, but you got to try. You got to open yourself up to learn. You have to open you know how to hide stuff when the police come around. You know how to try to talk the next person out of an extra dollar. I done seen how these cats think of ways to sell dope and boost clothes out. I'm like, if you spend a percentage of the time that you thought of how to do all that in school, you would be something terrible. But that's just me. Let me see. D-Lo 404 say, that's right. The problem is the stigma of us returning to the fields doesn't sit well with many down south. Well, if you return into the fields and it belongs to you, then that should erase that stigma. It's yours. It says someone has to work in waste treatment and sanitation, food service, auto shops, etc. Yeah, we need to get our people everywhere. You know, just saying agriculture, I think that was just to touch on the iceberg. But when you think about it, we need to be everywhere. You're right. We need mechanics, diesel mechanics. We need people in there designing what these cars look like. We need people in every facet of every situation of life in order for us to actually make a strong push. And people are going to say, well, we already got people like that, but not enough. Not enough. We need to flood every industry with us. I'm sure that everybody that comes through here on the Block Family and to MZ Talks Boxing, those that have children, I'm sure that you guys think the same way. I would hope you do. I would hope that when you look at your little girl, your daughters, and she gets ready to leave the house or travel, I get horrified. I will not lie to you. I try not to let them see it. I try to make sure that I don't let any of my actions or the way my body moves show it. But I'm terrified for them because I know what's out there in the world, and I know how people won't help. I know how what could happen. My son, I only have one, and every move that he makes is horrifying to me. Going to work, coming home, you never know what might happen because why? The police departments that we have suck. We need police. We need our police. We need people that look like us, that sound like us, that act like us, that understand what it is that we actually go through on a daily. We need some of those people in those positions too. So yeah, we need us everywhere. A whole lot. My whole existence, from what I see, it's always been an overseer. But not to push too deep into that. Not everyone needs to go to school for four more years either. The trade schools definitely can open doors to suitable situations. You're right with that. School isn't for everybody. Forgive me if I said all my children went to college. My second oldest, she decided to take a trade, and she parlayed that into the medical industry, and she's doing quite well for herself. But she came to her dad because we had open relationships with our children. They had a communication. They can come to us and talk to us about anything: sex, drugs, school, whatever. Their mother and I made sure that we opened up those lines of communication. And when she came to me and was like, Dad, I really don't want to go to college. She let it be known, high school and the rest of the school kind of burnt that out of me. We had a discussion. I was like, well, you can't just have a regular job with no education because that's going to be as far as you can go. Just so happened that in Houston, they had something that she can go to. And like I said, she got into the medical field through that and parlayed it into a lovely job. And she's doing quite well in California with her husband and her two children. I am very proud of her. My oldest daughter is getting ready to get her doctorate as an educator. So she's a teacher right now. My second one, my third girl, she's in the banking industry. She was in the dental industry. Things kind of went awry in there. I'm hoping she goes back, but she's loving this banking thing that she's doing. And it's suiting her. It's fitting her and she's making money. My son, he's doing his thing. He didn't learn how to code computers and stuff like that. My baby girl is in college right now. She was complaining because they didn't offer one of the classes for her today. But I'm not gonna go too far on my family like that. I'm just saying, as a Black family, to me, these are the keys you need to give to your children so they can succeed. Hyphy said, yes, Black farmers have been strategically reduced. In South Africa, farmland is being taken from Blacks with nothing they can do about it. I feel you on that, Hyphy. I hate things that go on around the world, but when the same thing happens here, I have to focus on what's happening here. That's crazy that is doing like that. But I don't know if you might have saw it, but I think it was a couple of years ago when the black farmers and the white farmers were going at each other and complaining to the government that the government was just taking one side. And I'm gonna tell you something else that I found crazy. You know, I think they're using corn or something. They were using corn or something like that to make some fuel or something like that. They actually took farmland that was good for feeding people to turn into something to fuel something. Crazy. Just listen to the concept today. We're gonna take this land that grows food and we're gonna still grow some food, but we're gonna use it to do something else, not feed people. That's the world we live in. Hyphy says, MZ, all great advice you're giving to better black people is great. Notice it has nothing to do with race. Better thyself. Assume accountability, and racism is less of a factor. Now, with that part, Hyphy, I can say some of what you're saying hits true, and some of what you're saying hits wrong. You're right. Better yourself is the most important part of it. Not having anything to do with race, I will have to disagree with you on that a little bit, because right now, you know, when you hear people stand up that's in power say stuff like, we're not going to do anything for these people, and the reason is because they just don't want to. What do you call that? That's not just because, you know, if I'm smart, they're going to say, oh yeah, we're going to help him because he's smart. No, we literally have to get mentally strong and then put people that are mentally strong up against those people, take those jobs in order to turn things around. Because as long as you have a person with a sick way of thinking sitting in a spot of power, in a spot that can veto what it is that you want to do, when you have somebody sitting there like that, with, dare I say, almost the power of God, and they have a certain way of thinking, no matter how smart you are, if you're dealing with them, they're not giving you anything. They're not open to discussion. You can't talk a foolish man into a comparable conversation. It's just not possible. Dilo say, oh, I definitely agree with agriculture. I was just mentioning the trades because JD said many look down on trade schools. And then, okay, it's ethanol that they was making from corn. Appreciate that, D-Lo, for bringing that to my attention. I used to watch this show with my wife called Queen Sugar. Much of the premieres is around oppression in the black sugarcane farmers in Louisiana parishes. Now that you brought that up and you've given me an idea of what it is, I'm gonna check it out because I've seen that title a few times on one of the channels I stream. I'm gonna look at it now. Were you about to say something, Joseph?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, from an attractive standpoint, women have been taught that, you know, thugs are attractive, athletes are attractive, ball players are attractive, not doctors, not dentists, not construction workers, not people who do coding. Those guys, you know, sanitation workers, those kind of men are not revered in the black community as far as women being attracted to. They don't see that as a glamorous, but those guys can actually pay for the similar vacations. They can provide stability in similar ways that, you know, and most women aren't hip to, you know, exactly what those jobs pay. So that's what I'm talking about. It's not looked at as a respectable form of work, but those people are the backbone. Society would fail without those people. Without those people doing those type of jobs. And when you have an 18-year-old who can go into those fields, into those trade fields, they could come out as an apprentice. By the time they're 22, 23 years old, they're already making six-figure income. You know, that's the stuff that's not being talked about.
A perfect point, because I can remember back in the day, and I'm gonna just say back in the day, I ain't gonna put a date on it, where girls used to look for the guy that was coming home dirty. The dirtier the better, because she felt like he had a good job. He was working. He is working. You can see that because he could over that guy that's standing over there on the corner with all the jewelry on, riding around in the flashy car. That's all you see him doing all day. He's always in your sight, so you know what he's doing. But this one guy, he disappears for a few hours. He come back dirty, but he got a nice car, he got a nice crib, and he living a pretty decent life. But like you said, now for some kind of reason, it's changed. First of all, a lot of our young brothers don't even want that kind of job. They turn their nose up to it. I worked in the sanitation, or should I say solid waste. I worked in that department, hated it, but I did it because it paid and it did what it needed to do. My children even let it be known, my second oldest, she's something else. Daddy, I'm proud of you. Because she knew I came home smelling like a damn garbage can every day, but I got up every day to go to that job. I wasn't missing because I had to do for them. And, you know, she recognized that. She was like, this dude come home. No, he don't want to go in this place that smells like that every day, but he doesn't. And that was a 6-day-a-week job. Getting back, D-Lo says, that's right. Don't underestimate the corner mechanic or the butcher at the local meat market. Well, that used to be a real job, D-Lo, back in the day, going to the damn meat market. They had those butchers in there cutting your ham in thin slices and stuff like that. That has changed so much today that heck, you don't even really see butchers anymore. I have yet to go into a store now and see a butcher. The meat markets, when you walk into there, most of their stuff is already packaged up. It's not sitting in the cool all pretty where the man come out and cut it up for you anymore. Lost trade. And a lot of people are also laughing at the fact that, being a barber. Well, a barber is a good trade. You know, any job is a good job if you making money, honestly, and it's helping you to take care of your family. But we do need to be educated. That's just something that has to be a no tolerance in a Black family. Education must be number one priority on the hit list for your children. When school start, like I said, take time with your kids, see how their day went, see what's going on. What did the teacher say? How was the children treating you? Did you have anybody trying to bully you? You make any friends? This is an everyday thing. I made sure that I stayed in my kids' business. They going to a party. Is their parents going to be there? Who's going to be watching the party? It's going to be drinks there. It's going to be drugs there. What kind of kids going to be there? Yeah, it might seem like you're being in their business a lot, but you have to ask. Then once you build up that trust with them and you know that you put all the knowledge in your children that you can on how to dodge a situation, you let them go to the little parties and see if if what you taught them holds true. My oldest child went to a party. Things started going awry. She called me and her mom to come pick her up. We show up, right when we show up, the police pulls up. Somebody shutting down the party. Things going awry. But she pictured it, pointed it out, and called us to come get her. I'll never forget that day. Anything else anybody want us to touch on? I don't want to just be burning y'all ears talking about how Black people need to do to get right. But we do, somebody needs to be saying this on a daily until it starts soaking into some people's heads. But again, I don't want to be the preacher.
Yeah, we gotta stop supporting single family parent homes. We got to get away from this mentality that a single mom is the right way for kids to be being raised around here.
Okay, Eric R says I'm a custodian and my wife is a social worker. Bought a house, traveled to more places than probably my parents and grandparents combined. Very blessed. You know what, Eric R? In your situation, you have raised your family's worth. Your grandparents and your parents probably didn't get as far as you, but you've taken what they've given you and you parlayed it into something more. And as long as you can look and see that your generations, as they come through, always move up, then you've done your part. You've done your part. So I commend you on that. Congratulations. I'm happy for you with that. That's great. Damn it, Eric, I forgot what you just said. Can you bring it back to me? I mean, I'm sorry, Joseph Brown, because I let it slip out of my mind.
No, I'm just saying we as black folks need to get back to 2-parent households and stop supporting this. I'm a boss independent, and I don't need nobody. I don't need no man. We need to get back to families and being a community. And the community means that we all raising each other children, not just, high neighbor, by neighbor, or you got animosity towards this neighbor or that neighbor. That's where it all falls. We don't have that common ground where we're all raising each other's kids, where we all know each other and we got a relationship. We all borrowing, we all getting things from each other, we all contributing to the well-being of the neighborhood. And I mean, this culture of us killing each other needs to stop. We need to stop popularizing it. We need to stop idolizing people talking about. It's one thing if it's your struggle and that's your life experience, but it shouldn't be something that you constantly, once you made it, you shouldn't be promoting doing this to other black men in the community. At some point, it should stop, right? If you living good, you eating good, you shouldn't constantly go back to what you gonna do to the next nigga for this or that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you on that. I surely do. But shit, fighting jealousy is that that's something, how do you combat that? That part right there. But I do feel you saying that, people should be more open. Get to know your neighbor. Get to speak to your neighbor. Get some kind of rapport with your neighbor. When you see their children in the street or doing something that they're not supposed to, speak on it. Let that child know that somebody else is watching you. You cared about by more than one person in this world. Yeah, your family cares about you, but so does Mr. Johnson across the street. Get your little bad butt out that street, man, before you get ran over. We don't have that anymore. And during my time of growing up, we did have that. We did have that if you was getting out of line. I remember plenty of times getting grabbed by my shirt collar in the projects where my auntie stayed, getting took to her door and them knocking on the door saying, "Hey, Tori was down the street doing such and so and so. I thought I'd bring him to you so you would know what was going on."
We didn't consider that as being a snitch. We consider that as you basically you making sure that the community is functioning right.
With this snitch thing, I always ask when people say, "Oh, I ain't gonna snitch." If your baby got killed and you know who did it, you're not a killer. Most people that go through something like that, murder is not something that they can exact on themselves to do revenge for. But I ask you, if that person got knocked off, are you gonna tell, or are you gonna be like, "I'm not a snitch"? I always have to ask that question when it comes to this snitching thing. You don't want somebody to tell on you, don't do it with them. How about that? You don't want to get caught, don't do dumb shit.
I feel like if you in that life, then you should accept the consequences of your actions.
And that's what it is.
And if you doing that kind of dirt and you in that kind of line of work, then you shouldn't be telling on the next man if that's what you signed up to do. But I ain't got no problem with no civilian calling the police or telling the police what somebody's doing that's detrimental in their neighborhood, that's causing more harm than it is good. That's what a civilian's supposed to do.
Right. They're not gangbangers. When it come down to the gangbangers, you know what I'm saying? That's why I made sure I put, most people aren't adapt to go ahead and say exacting their revenge. I say, "Oh, I'm gonna go murder this person because they murdered somebody." But we are seeing that right now growing. Like I said, here in San Antonio, when we first got here, San Antonio was pretty cool to me. It was family oriented. But now, all of a sudden, it's a shootout every other week. You know, I brought up to you guys that it was a drive-by take place. My mother-in-law's house got hit twice. This is an old lady with no children at the house, so we know ain't no drama going on at her crib. But these idiots is riding up and down the street, and because they so-called op lives next door, the other houses are just what, collateral damage?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how can we sit here and be talking about what the so-called man is doing to us when we doing it to each other every day in the neighborhood? Like, we terrorize, we the terrorists in our own neighborhood.
Really, we are. But I won't say, you know, we the only terrorists in there, but we're a strong force because nobody has control over these youngsters. Eric R. say, I agree, and entertaining. Entertainers are not leaders or role models. They are entertainers. And people need to get that in their heads real quick. Big Bro say, me and my wife is the mom pop of the community. We have 2,000 kids, for real. Salute, Trey X. Now, what I can say, Big Bro, my big brother, Ernest, and his wife, Pat, they are one of those families, children of their own, and they will open their doors to other children from other homes who seem to be having a hard life at home. I've watched this with my own eyes. I've seen this. Big E has had his hands. I can't remember the young man's name for nothing, but the young man went to school at Elsick, graduated, went to college, and became a Pittsburgh Steeler. Tony, I can't remember. He used to be he was one of the coldest tight ends in Texas. He ended up playing, I think, tackle or guard on the offensive line for the Pittsburgh Steelers, got him a ring and everything. This man has opened his doors for more than just one kid on more than one occasion and help them get themselves together and show them that there is love in the community when you can't get it at home. But I implore people, when you have them at home, make that effort to show that love at home, man. Make your kids be comfortable at home. Let them know. Yeah, I know this ain't gonna resonate with a lot of people. I smoke bud. My kids seen me smoke bud all my life, but I made it be aware to them. Hey, if you're gonna try this, come home, talk to me, and try it with daddy at home first. So daddy can at least get a bead on what you turn into, if anything, when you smoke or drink. If you smoke, do you turn into some little knucklehead that's willing to fall for anything, or you still have your faculties about you? Do you still think and keep on the straight path so nobody can take advantage of it? Young ladies, also young men, keep your eyes open because you never know. You might have something on nice, or somebody might think you got something that they want to take. You got to know if those situations are around you. I don't endorse them smoking, but how am I going to say you can't smoke when they've seen their daddy do it? We have to be honest with ourselves as well as honest with the family. That boy Trey X going down the line speaking to everybody. Man, y'all speak back to Trey X. Let that man be talking to everybody. Nobody saying nothing back. Tony Hills. That's the name that I was talking about, the young man that played for the Steelers that Big E Neal showed love and helped stay on the right path. Because those kids were struggling in Houston, at Elsick and Hastings. They were struggling there too. And I can honestly say, Big Bro showed me something that was amazing to me. And he, a grown man and his wife with their own children, opening doors to other kids. I tip my hat off to him for that forever. Oh, well, Joseph Brown, you know I always pull some music up, so I'm gonna hit y'all with Social Scientists. This is Track Titans Hydro Blow featuring Social Scientists. I'm gonna run this track and then we'll be right back. Y'all tell me what you think. Oh, excuse me, wrong song. Here we go.
Shorty looking mad fly, had me captivated when she walked by. I'm sipping this, she had me feeling this tingle, son. Stimulating conversation after mingling. Honey was jingling, and stretched jeans looking clean. Appearance would enhance any scene. I mean, feel me? Really? I know it sounds silly, but looking at her was like puffing on a fat fillet. Relaxing, she had this natural attraction. She started laughing when she saw my reaction. Oh my, passed the name and number to the cell. Asked for mine, I said his oldest man's name is Bell. Also known as the O, the B, the 3, the A, the S, the T. It's me, obese, and you get high. Then I'm your guy. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low.
Slow burning. Say what you want, just be blunt. I can stand it, please. Take a ride on Decay Airlines. I promise you be glad you came. The fire in your eyes make wetness between your thighs. You say you never blow, I eliminate your disguise. Underneath your green exterior, I gaze. Exploration of your brain leaves me in a purple haze. I see consent as my morals continue living. I just like to engage in a little oral tradition. So pardon my unorthodox approach to blazing luscious. That's just the way I roll. Lick the split before I stuff it. You like it hot, I got enough smoke to choke the average throat. But tonight I'm trying to go a little deeper. Loving the feel of your lips, taking drags off this gas, just puff and never pass. I'm your high value reaper.
I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low.
I'm chilling in my room on this night. I got something tied up in the shower. Am I right? A friend in the negligee smiling and she rolling up. Every once in a while looking up, saying, "Girl, hurry up." She placed her gaze back up on me and took a deep sigh and said, "I'm so home. You want a drink?" I said, "Yeah." And while she walking to the table, she asked me what I think. I like the way your lips poke, I like she pout. And that ass got my little man shouting. She kinda giggled, "Oh, you like what you see?" Before I can answer, I heard, "Hey, what about me?" I turn around, she got a pose with no clothes, with her leg up on the chair, with her hands on his toes. She said, "Don't speak, just lay back on the bed." Said something about double E. Yeah, you heard what she said.
If I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low. And if I got the high, you got control. Make the track low.
Man, that was the Track Titans featuring Social Scientists. Y'all let me know what y'all think about Social Scientists on that second verse. Slow burning. That boy came in there and did his thing. Say what you want. I can stand the burn. Take a ride on Decay Airlines. I promise you'll be glad you came. That boy went hard on that song. What y'all think about that? Y'all let me know. That's one of our own Social Scientists who teamed up with the Track Titans and did that thing.
Hey, you're gonna have to play that one again, man.
Oh, we got to double up on it. We got to double up on it. Okay, I'm going to tell you what. Since I am in the middle of trying to put this cigar together, we going to backdoor it. Y'all, let me know what you think. Here we go. One more time. Hydro Blow featuring Decay.
Shorty looking mad fly. Had me captivated when she walked by. I'm serious, she had me feeling this tingle, son. Stimulating conversation after mingling. Honey was jingling, and stretched jeans looking clean. Appearance would enhance any scene. I mean, Feel me? Really, I know it sounds silly, but looking at her was like puffing on a fat fillet. Relaxing, she had this natural attraction. She started laughing when she saw my reaction. Oh my, pass the name and number to the cell. Asked for mine, I said his oldest last name is Bell. Also known as the O, the B, the 3, the A, the S, the T. It's me, obese, you get high. Then I'm your guy. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love.
So good. Say what you want, just be blunt. I can stand it, please. Take a ride on Decade Airlines. I promise you be glad you came. The fire in your eyes make wetness between your thighs. You say you never blow, I eliminate your disguise. Underneath your green exterior, I gaze. Exploration of your brain leaves me in a purple haze. I see consent as my morals continue living. I just like to engage in a little oral tradition. So pardon my unorthodox approach that lays and luscious. That's just the way I roll. Lick the split before I stuff it. You like it hot, I got enough smoke to choke the average stroke. But tonight I'm trying to go a little deeper. Loving the feel of your lips, taking drags off this gas, just puff and never pass. I'm your high value reason.
I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love.
I'm chilling in my room on this night. I got something tied up in the shower. Am I right? A friend in the negligee smiling and she rolling up. Every once in a while looking up, saying, girl, hurry up. She placed her gaze back up home and took a deep sigh and said, I'm so home. You want a drink? I said, yeah. And while she walking to the table, she asking what I think. I like the way your lips poke, I like she pout. And that ass got my little man shouting. She kinda giggled, though, you like what you see. Before I can answer, I heard, hey, what about me? I turn around, she got a pose with no clothes, with her leg up on the chair, with her hands on his toes. She said, don't speak, just lay back on the bed. Said something about double heat. Yeah, you heard what she said.
If I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love. And if I got the high, you got control. Make this track love.
Man, our own social scientist, aka the Kane. That's a remix, fellas. That's a remix. We will be dropping that in a couple of weeks coming up. As soon as I get the artwork for it, it'll be available on Spotify, iTunes, wherever you can buy music on and streaming. It'll be there. So, we got any more discussions we want to talk about? Because I'm kind of enjoying empowering the Black thought. You still with me, Jeff?
I'm with you, man. I'm just riding through the tunnel right now, so I ain't gonna be much help.
Where you located at?
I'm in Minneapolis.
Oh, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You a Vikings fan?
Oh, hell no. Don't ever associate me with that damn fan base.
I was just asking. You know, I don't even mess with football like that no more. So I was just being curious. I can't. Hey, what should I say?
I live here. I'm not from here.
Oh, okay. Where you originally from?
I'm from Jersey.
Oh, I should have picked that up. You kind of got that sound.
Yeah, I'm from Jersey.
Eric, I'm looking at the names. I see on my thing you got a wrench. So hopefully, you know, things is back to normal because I see your wrench over here. I wanted to let you know that, you know, You in the house. Got some Jersey fella in the house in Minnesota. So what's the differences? What do you like about Minnesota or dislike?
It's more family oriented. When I say that, I mean like it's a place where you can bring your family, you can raise a family. There's opportunities here for you to be able to progress. People aren't as aggressive with you when they talk to you, unless they really got an issue with you. Whereas, where I'm from, it's aggression from the moment you you get aggression when you wake up in your own damn house before you even get outside. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference.
Yeah, once you get into that realm of having a significant other, and I'm saying significant other because you might have a woman and not be married yet, and you start raising children, that unless you wire different, finding a place that's family oriented where you can kind of relax about what your children doing and worrying about them is always a good thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say, I get exactly what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying when it comes down to that, because San Antonio for a hot minute proved to be exactly what I needed for my family. Eric R said, that's my other account, MZ. You can't see me on my main one. Man, I don't know what the heck happened there, Eric R, but it's truly bothering me. But we found the back door for you. As long as you can come in and deal with us with that one, I'm glad to see you every time. Every time. I'm glad to see everybody that comes through every time, because you guys, it'll be some days that I feel a little down when I get the chance to come on here and talk to you guys, talk boxing or whatever. It always brightens my mood. So I appreciate each and every one of it. I also appreciate you guys giving me 100% honest opinions about my music. No, I am not trying to be the number one rapper in the world. Hell, I'm just enjoying putting my music out. It's always been something that me and my brothers wanted to do. I stopped doing music so I could make sure my family was good. Everybody's grown up now. I can do my hobby again. And I appreciate you guys' opinions and everything. If it stink, please hurry up and let me know. Y'all get that crap up out of here and get something else up in here so we can roll right. Dang, I meant to ask Hyphy what book was he reading. Did anybody else, curiosity that we're talking about books, did anybody else pick up that book from Junior the Truth that Lala D was talking about? Let me see. It's called simply The Simple Truth, a minute manual. See if y'all look at this right here. If y'all can see what I'm showing. It's a pretty good book. You know what I'm saying? Junior did his thing in there. Letting you know certain ways to keep track of time and make better time use of your time and things like it's a cool little read. It's only like 61 pages long. Same, bro. I don't mind switching over to chop it up with you. I appreciate that, Eric. Hyphy is back. I thought he said we don't take book recommendations from Ben Need. What?
I laid my sword down. Let me get him. Let me get him, General.
Wait, what? I'm lost here. Who the knee bender?
the person name you just put up there.
Really? What knee did he bend?
He laid his sword down upon the feet of the general.
What damn general?
There's only one general. You know who he is.
Patton?
The one a part of the organization he a part of.
Oh, see, that goes to show my my ignorance on some things. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was part of that. But anyway, I got the book because Lala D recommended it. And I'm sure nobody would call her a knee bender. But regardless to the fact, it's a good read. It's a good read.
Contrary to popular belief, I actually think if anybody should run that organization, it should be him. He actually got a lot more depth to him than most of them dudes over there.
I would say laughing out loud, me way more. When it comes to that, yeah, I said Pat. When it comes to that, how can I put this? Now, I won't throw stones at something I know nothing about. You know, whatever they got going, they got going. I pick up things from some of the channels. I unless they say that that's who they are, I really don't pay attention to it. I just listen to what I'm listening to. If it's got some knowledge to it, or if it's fact based, I'll mess with it. But like I said, most of the time when I go to channels, I'm going because they have a live person on there, and I get the chance to hear it come from their mouth, and you can't dispute that. You said it. You know what I mean? Diva 4 Boxing say, I'm going to buy me a copy. I actually forgot. Yeah, she said it's on Amazon or something like that, so I'm glad I can remember you. Like I said, it's a cool little book to read. So I got it in my in my library. My wife started her little library. She got it. I should be messing with her books. I got a nook that I like to read. I get my books from Barnes and Nobles. That's the name of it. I got another one called Federal Rules of Civil Procedures, and that's just something, you know, get you aware of what's going on in the federal government. You know what I'm saying? Get you aware of how things can be moved on you without you knowing. And yeah, that's this right here. See if I can get that where y'all can see it good. Federal Rules of Civil Procedures. I told my daughter about that book. She got it for me. Thanks, Eb. Thanks, Ebony. Mr. Waymore. Let me see. What's Mr. Waymore mean? Check it out, zlib.org, where you can download many books for free. Okay, Hyphy, I appreciate that. I'll look into it. See if they got some good reads over there that I can jump into and dive into deeply. Tonight has been a good night. I've enjoyed every piece of this conversation. And you know, we didn't have to speak about the fight that made everybody sick. So Joseph Brown, you got anything, any topic that might come across your mind that you might want to put out there, make people aware of?
Yeah, as of right now, I don't really have nothing controversial to talk about, to be honest. I just like I'm just looking forward to some of these upcoming fights that's happening.
Speak on it, brother. Speak on it.
I want a speedy recovery to our man out here in Minneapolis who stepped in the ring and he was too damn tough for his own good, and he's in a induced coma. I'm just praying for his speedy recovery right now. He's a warrior, and you know, this type of stuff happens in boxing. It's a part of it, you know. You don't like to see. Yeah, you don't like to see it happen, but you know, this is what these guys sign up to do. So it has to be a level of appreciation when we are getting fights and these guys are out here putting it on the line for our entertainment. At the end of the day, there's consequences to this entertainment for these fighters. So
yeah, it is. And like I said, you know, when we watch fighting, we have subconsciously accepted the fact that something like this could go wrong. it's about how we carry ourselves after it happened. You know, making all these videos for these clicks and stuff on it. I didn't think that was. If you're trying to be professional, I kind of felt like it was unprofessional. You say something about it the first time, and then you keep it moving. You don't keep it in the cycle. You know, he has a family and loved ones that I'm sure wouldn't want to keep seeing that over and over and over again. So, like you said, prayers going up to that man and his family. I'm not gonna try to show no pictures of it or anything like that. We're gonna just leave it at that. Hyphy is asking a question. He said, MZ, you mentioned your streaming time may be limited or changed. Is that still happening? As of right now, Hyphy, we still in negotiations at the job about what's going on. So right now, Tuesday is still safe. The time might change a little bit, but as of right now, we still good. Things are going where they're supposed to. But if anything does change or anything like that, I'll make sure I put it in the Discord so all the family can know, so we can stay in contact and keep on doing this like we're doing. So what fight you looking forward to the most coming up, Joe?
I'm looking forward to my man Chocolatito.
Yeah, who we fight?
Estrada. I'm looking forward to that fight.
So I'm taking it you got Chocolatito.
Oh man, shoot. It's gonna be a good scrap, man. You know, the lower weight classes, they always give you a bang for your dollar.
I'm gonna tell you who caught my attention. Okay, when D-Lo dropped that Salt girl with Michaela Meyer face on it from the girls are still at it. We might see them fight again, man. We might see Baumgartner and Michaela fight again. I wouldn't be mad at it. I wouldn't be mad at that at all to see them fight again. But if Alicia gets a chance to get undisputed, I say go for that. I say go for that and say, let Michaela come later. I would love to see that sister get undisputed. I would love to see that because that's just smacking Paulie Maldonado in the face because his words that he had did not what's the word I'm looking for? They did not age well at all. And I have you heard anything about Earl Spence's mandatory been named yet? Have they named him?
Is what sanctioning body?
Well, the WBC say they were first.
Let's talk about them. Let's talk about Mauricio and his ridiculous decisions to ban, Russian fighters from defending or, being ranked and all this other garbage that he's doing.
Wait a minute. He actually has a ban against the Russian fighters?
He made a decree on Twitter in regards to Russian fighters not being ranked or they're not going to have the opportunity to defend based upon, what's happening with Vladimir Putin. I don't understand what that has to do with these fighters. If that's the case, why don't we just put a ban on every single fighter from every country? Because at some point, even the United States, I mean, look how much dirt this country does across the world. Are we just going to penalize Russia? We're going to hold them as as the gold standard for evil around the world? And we're going to penalize boxers who don't have nothing to do with that? They're not calling shots.
Now, with that, I agree with you 100%. You're stopping these guys from, what everybody said, you're stopping these guys from feeding their families. You're right. They are not the decision makers with what's going on with Russia. You really can't get into a person's mind and see how they feel until they say how they feel. But to ban them and stop them from being able to fight, I think that's kind of ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? If you could pin it down to one person and say, "Oh, it's his fault. He can't fight." Okay, cool. But all of them, I feel you on that. That sucks, Mr. Martin. He made some quick questionable decisions anyway. And Hyphy say Maldonado is not a racist, but he is definitely a hater of Devin, and jealous of Devin having a daddy throughout his life. Wow, hyphy. I wouldn't. Let me say this. I don't think I've ever called Paulie a racist. His way of thinking is a little skewed. I can say that. I can most definitely agree with you that he's jealous of Devin. About him having a daddy throughout his life, I don't know if that's part of it, but I know at this point Devin has accomplished more than Paulie has. When Paulie was a boxer in his career, Devin's undisputed. That's something Paulie can only talk about he wish he's had. Devin actually has that. So, I think Paulie puts his foot in his mouth a lot. I'll blame it on where he's from and how he's raised. Part of that, it makes up a big. Part of that is a big makeup of a person, where you're from and how you're raised. So you spew some things that you let things come out that naturally come out because that's who you are. But Paulie could suck it when it comes to Devin because Devin has outperformed Paulie in their careers, and I believe Devin has did it in a shorter time. Now Paulie is hoping that Devin fights Lomachenko and Lomachenko beats Devin. I truly believe that's what Paulie wants, but I don't think that's what Paulie gonna get. I think Devin's gonna beat Lomachenko if they fight, and he might end up beating Lomachenko the way he beat what's his name, the other guy that he just beat. I can't even think of the name. The guys, Kambosos. People slipping. I think have some confidence in that young man. Have some confidence in Devin. Have some confidence in Bill Haney as far as being boxer oriented and knowing what they need to do and how they need to deal with Lomachenko. It's not like they haven't been calling him out for some time, because they have. They've been calling this man out for a minute, and Devin might pull a bibble on Lomachenko. Since y'all say this the best, he the best, I'm gonna beat him, and I'm gonna beat him well. If they fight, I hope they get to fight, and I'm rooting for Devin all the way. What say anyone else? You got Devin or Lomachenko or Joseph Brown? As Trey Aikman say, Judge Joe Brown.
Well, I mean, obviously Devin Haney is the bigger fighter. Apparently, he's a heavyweight now.
Yeah.
Lomachenko, he's not the Lomachenko. He didn't look that good his last fight, but then again, he's facing a guy who knows him, who sparred with him, has experience with him. Devin Haney is going to employ his jab like he always does. I think Loma will serve himself well if he's able to get inside. And but the problem with that is Devin Haney, he likes to clinch, he likes to grab, he likes to show so much love when you get on the inside with him. I could see it being one of those cases where it depends on when Lomachenko comes in. I think Lomachenko has enough power. If he lands something, he can hurt him. I think Lomachenko, if he uses his angles, he uses his southpaw. Everything is lined up for him to have some positive moments in this fight and possibly win it. I just don't know if I'm going to get that from him at this stage. I could be wrong. He could come into that ring and he could be the Lomachenko that we're used to seeing. He could be the Lomachenko that we just saw in his last fight. I say right now, to me, it's a 50-50. 50-50. I got a 50-50 fight at this point. I'm not solely just giving it to Devin Haney.
Okay. What side of 30 is Lomachenko on?
He's on the wrong side.
Okay.
But his amateur pedigree still is his amateur pedigree. And even though he's on the wrong side of 30, he'll be able to make adjustments based upon what he's seeing Devin Haney doing. initially the first half of the fight. He'll be able to. And at some point during the fight, Devin Haney is not going to hit him with something that's gonna stop him from being the aggressor and coming forward and imploring his game plan. So I think Devin Haney's movement is gonna be a key. Whether he's able to keep that movement up, if he tries to stand in the pocket with Lomachenko, he's gonna find a more difficult task in front of him. I still think Lomachenko he's still got something in the tank, and I think this is still going to be a difficult fight for Haney.
Okay. He's at a height advantage for sure, reach advantage for sure, disadvantage. I'm sorry, I meant to say disadvantage. Devin's just bigger than him, and when it comes down to it, I don't think it's a great comparison. But how did T.O. scave off Lomachenko? By pumping a jab on him.
Jab, power, athleticism. T.O. does have some power on them punches.
Well, Devin Haney is not a knockout artist. I'm sure we all agree on that. And as of late, I can't really think of the fighter that's just continually ran up on him. So, when they say, "Oh, he don't really punch hard," it's enough to make you reconsider running up in there on a regular basis. He has enough pop to keep you from doing that. I haven't really seen. I've seen a few fighters where some boxers be landing punches and the cat do run through them, but I haven't quite seen that with Devin yet. And to speak on the WBC, to bag back up on that, those belts, those franchise tags that they created, one fighter didn't use the franchise tag once he got it. But we did see, and they said that, it was so Lomachenko so he could fight for undisputed. So what they're telling you is Lomachenko had to give up the WBC belt so he can get the franchise belt in order to fight for to unify, to get be undisputed against T.O. Couldn't he have done that same thing with the regular belt? Because it wasn't like, if Devin was his mandatory or the number one and asking for that fight, he could have simply said, "I don't have to fight Devin right now because I'm going to fight for undisputed." So in that reign, I've been thinking about that when they said they made their belt. That's how that worked out for Lomachenko now. They danced around Devin. Now with Canelo, it kind of made him moving up and down so much, it kind of put him in a spot where he kind of screwed himself, because gaining weight and dropping weight, now he don't want to go up under a certain weight now. But look at the trouble that's building up at 168. Where isn't that where he dwells? 168. I'm asking you, Joe. I'm not for sure. Isn't that where he dwells at 168?
I mean, here's the thing. It's like, how can the WBC be so quick to pull the trigger on telling Spence at 147 keep Thurman's a mandatory when they already had a mandatory not too long ago that he just fought, and Canelo ain't fought no damn mandatory yet. They ain't calling for him to fight no damn mandatories at WBC
because he has that franchise belt.
He can have a franchise belt.
That's the reason, when they made it, that was one of the reasons that the franchise tag doesn't have mandatories.
Okay, but he has the franchise belt and he has the WBC belt.
Well, that's like combining them. The franchise overrides the WBC regular.
And to me, that's just a way for them to favor a fighter. To say, okay, you got separate rules from everybody else. So why do they even have a ranking? in the WBC at this point? What's the point? Why are you making David Benavidez fight for a mandatory, which you know you ain't gonna call? It's like, why do you have a mandatory fight for him? For him to be the number one so-called mandatory challenger to a belt, which you're not going to call a mandatory for.
That's the question that should be being raised. That is the question. Because it's been backlogged on them. It didn't work out the way they thought it would work out. They thought that they would be able to keep bouncing around and people would be blind to the fact that they were dodging dangerous fights. Well, Devin Haney put an end to that at 135 by taking all the belts. I'm feeling like Canelo, I don't think he can lose that weight to go down to lower weight classes. So I'm thinking that 168 is where he's gonna have to dwell at. But all the other boys can pretty much grew up to 168. There's a lot of drama that's going to be built at 168, and it's going to get to the point where people are going to question if he's not fighting any of those dudes. They're going to question that dude. What are you doing? How is this working? He's in a position. We're going to find out if boxing fans are more adept than Canelo fans. We're about to that's the play that I'm seeing growing up right now, because 175, there's no damage you're gonna do at 175. Bivol and the other one, they making sure that if you come up here to fight, it's not acceptable for you to fight somebody that's not a champ. To call for Bivol to come down to 170 to a lower weight class to fight you at 168, that sounds like a trick move to me. Go back up there where you chasing greatness. This ain't chasing greatness by asking him to come down, to fight you. Unless he coming to fight to take your belts, in which case his belts aren't on the line like you did.
I'm not opposed to that idea because it's for undisputed. If he goes back down to if Bivol goes down to 168 and he beats Canelo, he'll be undisputed at 168. He can easily come right back up and fight Beterbiev and be undisputed at 175. So that's not out of the realm for him to do. As far as like Beterbiev, I just heard Suleiman call for Liam Smith to be his WBC mandatory.
Wow. Oh, salute to Derek Bailey in the house. Sorry I got to you kind of late. Hyphy says Spence hasn't defended his IBF in 4.5 years. But Joe Cordina got stripped for his IBF due to suffering a real injury just before his fight. Well, I have to ask, because I would think that this is a defending of it. Spence fought a unified belt, 2 unified fights after he got to IBF, if I'm correct, against Sean Porter and Ugas. And at that time, Spence belt, was it not up for win by those other 2 champions? I don't know how they look at it, but to me, every time you step into a fight and you got the belts and the belts are up for grab, then that's a defend that you're defending. That's how I would feel about it. I don't know if that's how the rule breaks down, but that's how I would look at it. I'm like, if you're a champion and you step in the ring with another champion, you take his belt. Well, his mandatory don't even count to you right now because you just took that belt. Then you had the next fight. If anything, whoever he beat last, they mandatory should be the one that be enforced first.
Here's part of the problem when it comes to the IBF and Spence. After he fought Ocampo, right?
Right.
The IBF did a poor job of putting together contenders to take that next mandatory spot. So when they finally got 2 guys who were supposed to fight for that mandatory spot, and the guy that Boots beat, he beat both of them actually. They fought to a draw. Custio Clayton and Lipinets. They fought to a draw. That was supposed to decide who was
supposed to be the mandatory challenger. If there was a clear-cut winner that came out of that fight when they initially fought each other, then the mandatory for the IBF would have been called already. But the problem was that there was a draw. Then Boots ended up fighting Lipinets, beating him, and then he fought Costello Clayton. That made him the mandatory after he beat him. And now that's why we're at the spot we're at now with the mandatory for the IBF.
So you think you think the IBF should be up next?
Absolutely. The WBC has already been up.
I don't think the WBC. I don't think the WBC should be up. You know, looking at it the way I just looked at it, I honestly say who I think should be up. But if you're looking at it saying that, even though he defended the belts, the IBF person should be still standing in that same spot, then okay, who is that person?
At the time he was unifying, there was no mandatory IBF challenger at that point. There was nobody that the IBF said this is the mandatory challenger. That's not Spence' fault. That's the guys who are ranked high in the IBF not separating themselves as the mandatory.
And that was for how long? Because you got to take some time off to say he hasn't defended it.
There was actually a guy who was ranked ahead of Lipinets, who was number one. He didn't fight Lipinets. They end up getting Costello Clayton to fight in that spot to secure the mandatory, and neither one of those guys won that fight. And so, at that point, what do you want the IBF to do? We have a mandatory challenger fight. Whoever wins is going to be the mandatory. These two guys we put in here, they couldn't win the fight. So now we have to see. We got to reshuffle here and see who's going to get this mandatory spot.
Wow, that's a lot to go on to try to get a match. So they fought to a draw.
Yeah, they fought to a draw, and Boots knocked both of those guys out. So there you have it.
Okay. Wow, that's crazy. That's something unheard of. You're fighting to be a mandatory, and you couldn't best the guy in the eyes of the judges. But here comes Boots, and I don't know what to say. Whoever they pick, if whoever they pick, I think as long as it's not Keith, we're gonna have a fight. I'm willing to think that if they put Keith, he might leave and go up. That's my thinking. That's my guessing. Listening to everything he says, I think the last thing he wants to do is end up having to fight Keith Thurman after he said he is not going to do it, and he stood on it so many times. That my gauging what I've been able to gauge of Errol Spence, that's what I see out of him when it comes to that. They might have to give him a whole bunch of money or something. They're gonna have to do something, but I don't see him wanting to fight him. I think he genuinely is like, I'm not fighting that dude. No matter what y'all say or try to do, I won't fight that dude. I'll sit out a whole year and wait for Crawford again and fight him, or I'm gonna just move up. But any of those other contenders, I believe he'll fight.
I mean, at this point, I don't know what Spence is going to do right now, so I can't really tell you what he's going to do.
I'm just, like I said, I'm just spitballing and guessing and drawing my conclusion from the way I've seen him move through his career, how he acts. I just feel like he's that guy to be like, dude, I'm not fighting him. I don't care what y'all say. But I could be wrong. Only time will tell how that goes. So I don't even know if social scientists haven't showed up, but yeah, man, that boy killed that verse. I love that verse that he dropped on there. I can't wait to drop it to the world.
Yeah, it kind of gave me Andre 3000 vibes a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Now, when I'm gonna tell you, myself and Big E and myself, however you want to say it, we both said the same thing, the exact same thing. To give you the Andre 3000 kind of vibe. When he first started, though, I thought he was gonna sing the verse, and I had got a quick Usher feel. But when he started flowing, I threw that out the window. But yeah, social science has got some talent. He's got some talent. He jumped on another track prior to that called Show Me Something. But, you know, right, to date, that's his best work with us. So if any of you guys do music or something like that, you know, holler at your boy, man. You know, I'm always willing to do something with anybody that's got their own little natch and things when it comes down to this music. I'm just having fun, but I will keep my word. I'll put your name on credits. Make sure you sign up to ASCAP or BMI or whatever, and make sure your contribution is cut evenly as far as when they try to take paper. Because if anything blow up and make money, if you're a part of it, you best believe that you will be evenly fed, just like everybody else. So we got Spence with these mandatories coming up. I really want to know what's going to happen. You know, if there's anything for me to think about with him, that's what I want to know what's going to happen. It's his next fight, because he doesn't want a tune-up. And in my opinion, any fight that he's not getting to go for the belt is a tune-up unless it's one of those mandatories. Because if it's one of those mandatories, they are literally challenging. They are really challenging for the belt. They like up line. It's me. I've been standing at the door for a minute. We got to talk about it. So with that, like I say, I don't care who he fights. If they pull Keith Thurman out, I'm going to be really interested in how that turns out. But if any other name from any other organizations pop out and say that they're next to fight, be it Boots, Stan Jonas, I don't think Ortiz is in the running for anything. Is Ortiz in there too?
He's in the running for the WBO mandatory. He has to activate it. But the thing about it is that technically that activation don't really have to take place until sometime in the spring when it's been what's it called? 18-month period. 18-month period.
So that's
that'll
the
make
button.
it then.
That's the one that Crawford has, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But tell him to press the button.
Well, he can fight a voluntary. He's not up for a mandatory right now. Crawford's actually in a position where he's not up for a mandatory at the moment. Spence is the one who's up for mandatory.
Yeah, I feel that. I'm just saying, since, you know, because right now, if there's any time, as far as I'm concerned, for a mandatory to take a shot, it's right now. Since the two champions can't get it together, one of them is going to fight. The other one has nothing up. Everybody should be shooting at Errol Spence right now. Everybody should be petitioning, getting their people to sign petitions, making as much noise as they can, whatever they need to do to be able to be heard and get picked. Because this is the time, to me, this is the time to strike any champion where it's only two of them, regardless of how many belts they got. This is the time to strike at their asses for their mandatory, since they couldn't make a fight. This would be the time. And I would say go at them hard. Man, if Errol Spence is my guy, that's my dude. But right now, this is boxing, and y'all trying to make a fight. Y'all hungry. Y'all sitting at the spot. Y'all been talking about y'all want a belt. This is the time to strike while the iron is hot. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I've heard Bozy Ennis was talking about they're gonna talk to the IBF. I heard that like last week they were gonna contact the IBF to activate the mandatory. But it's been over a week. I haven't heard no news on them talking to the IBF. So I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe those guys are talking behind the scenes. Maybe they're hearing, that maybe Spence is waiting to see what happens after December 10th. Who knows? Maybe that's why they haven't pulled the trigger on it yet.
Well, that goes to tell you, if nobody's pulling the trigger, this the business of boxing, they say, right? The pulling the trigger is business. I want those belts. I'm sitting in this spot. They can't. The only fight that should have held me from getting to fight for the belt anyway is an undisputed match. The undisputed match is not happening. The other fighter went to go fight something else. I'm not even in the organization, so I don't care. But Earl Spence, he needs to see me. And since he in 3 organizations, the IBF, since they claim to have the longest wait, they should be the ones petitioning the hardest and pushing the fastest and making the most noise. I understand. I can hear a lot of other things for the argument for the sake of Earl Spence, but right now the IBF fighter and team should be like, I'm not trying to hear anything except y'all are mandating us to fight. I've been waiting.
But you got to look at who are the 2 fighters that are most likely going to end up fighting Spence. It's Stanionis or it's Boots, and they're all on Showtime. And so it has to be a situation where Espinoza wants to push that fight also, and they're signed to him. And if he's not trying to push those fights, then the IBF ain't gonna call him no mandatory. It really has to come from Espinoza at the end of the day, because he's the one, promoting both those fighters.
What's up, Hyphy?
Big Rick in the building.
Oh shit.
What's on your mind?
Well, I don't know if y'all want to keep going about like the whole Spence Crawford thing. I just get in, wherever. I'll mix in.
And we just the floor is just open.
I ain't really even chopping up on Spence Crawford. It just, the mandatory situation came up when you posted in the chat about the IBF.
Yeah. I mean, shit. It's just one of them situations you got to see how the team play out, because, like, at the end of the day, we all know, like, we can all go on these sanctioned bodies' websites and read out the rules and tell you what they're supposed to be, but we also know every one of these sanctioned bodies then made all types of exceptions and broke their own rules and did all types of bullshit just to satisfy a fighter that basically brought in the most money.
Yep.
So we never know what's gonna happen.
That is true. I look at it from the standpoint, if the fight is really dead between those 2 guys, I think the IBF and Espinoza and all them guys would have already moved to enforce these mandatories by now. Because if anything, what are they waiting on at this point?
And let me give y'all just an example. So in men's boxing, when was the last time y'all heard of a sanctioning body ordering somebody that was a champion, like the real champion, in another sanctioning body to fight for their belt?
You ain't never heard of it. I can't think of hearing of it. This is a special occasion, but as the fighter, like I said, as the fighter, I'm making as much noise as I can.
I think Lomachenko did it.
No, what I'm saying is, let's say, for example, let's just say if let me see what's the division. Okay, let's just say the WBA ordering Bivol and Baturbayev to fight. Like, when was the last time you ever heard of anything like that ever happening?
No.
Never that I could think of.
All right, now watch this. So in women's boxing, Amanda Serrano, who is like one of the hottest names in women's boxing, you know what I'm saying? She has, you know, she's up there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so she's never been undisputed, but she has 3 belts at 126. That's like her base, like her most ideal weight. The WBA ordered her and the one other girl who has the one other belt, ordered them to fight.
So why can't they do that shit with these guys?
That's my point.
Men's boxing.
What belt does the other girl have?
WBA.
Now,
yep.
I'm only going to ask this question because I've heard it. I've heard this excuse used for it, and I just want to know how this excuse will stand. Does the WBA have the other champion ranked?
You can't do that.
I'm just asking.
Can't rank a champion.
Okay, so they literally just saying, "Hey, we want those belts."
Well, what it is, it's such a big feat because, like I said, Amanda Serrano, that would be equivalent to like Canelo never have been undisputed, but he got 3 belts in the division.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they would be looking at like, oh, it's just such a huge feature that, you know what I'm saying, this on the line, this would make it such a huge fight. So we want to go ahead and pull these strings.
Now I'm gonna ask this question one more time. Which body is doing this?
WBA.
Yeah.
Now, as a fan, I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. This is how I'm looking at that. I'm like, they gangster. They telling their champion, hey, we so confident in you going over there and whooping them and taking all their belts, showing that the champion that represented our belt makes our belt the most prestigious belt to hold because our champion just went out there and whooped all y'all. As a fan, that's the kind of, that's how I would look at it as a fan, being like, dang, that's in boxing, that's gangster. That's just me as a fan.
Now watch this. I agree with you, but what we saying, how come the WBA don't keep that same quote unquote gangster mentality when it's time for them to consolidate 2 belts, a la Gervonta Davis, Devin Haney? When it's other divisions, why they don't do that same shit when it's other divisions?
Well, now that you brought it to my attention, and I feel like if y'all did it with the girls, y'all can do it with the boys. What's up? That would cause, that would be such a shakeup in boxing, and that would just cause some great clashes. Man, that would be something. That would be unprecedented. I would love to see that. As a fan, I would love to see that. As a fan, we need to make noise and ask why y'all not doing that. And then they'll give us a whole bunch of old maniacal bull crap excuses about why it can't happen or this makes no sense.
But I thought they was getting rid of all the WBA regulars.
That's what I thought too.
And since they said that, best believe they've created more. They've got rid of some, but they've still created some.
Because I was riding with them. I was proud. I did a video saying, "Oh man, they getting rid of some of the belts, and people getting mad at them for it. Now they turn around and doing this stuff. Come on, dude."
Yeah, they got the WBA Intercontinental belt or some crazy shit like that.
What does that mean?
It just means it's another belt.
What does it mean to the champion? Nothing. That don't mean nothing to me. But we not fans that don't watch it all the time. And when they throw the belt in front of somebody, you know, they be like, oh, they're a champ. They pay attention. But for us, we like the champ is the champ, and all the other stuff is just, I don't know what y'all trying to do with that. But that don't mean nothing to the champ. If his belt is the best belt, what your belt mean to me? Nothing. Come up here and get this belt so I can put your hands on you since you're supposed to be the best. I would love for boxing to be like that. I would love for a fighter to be like that.
That's how boxing used to be. The NFBA belts,
Roy Jones was like that. The young Roy Jones, he was most definitely like that. You want to come on, get him. Come on, get him. Say you want a rematch? Yeah, I want a rematch. You telling him to be anywhere, any place where he was ran. Just make sure he bring that belt with him. We don't have that anymore. We have negotiations to break out of the Twitter wars. We have people not wanting to take shots, people failing drug tests, all kind of crap going on. It's just, man, shit. We was having more fun talking about other stuff. We came to boxing, it kind of shook my mood. For real. That's crazy. Hyphen disappeared on us.
Yeah, I just, you know, when people talk about the IBF, they have to tell the whole story in terms of at 147, what's happened. They got to tell the whole story, not just say, oh, it's been 4 years since a mandatory's been called.
Right.
The fighters got to cooperate and actually win the fight when they're in position to be a mandatory.
That's crazy. What are the chances of that? That is insane. I see Rick Glacier back. What's up, Rick?
Hey, so y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, if you like, when it comes to all this goddamn boxing shit, look, the one source that you can trust, Rick Lacer. Listen to Rick Lacer.
I listen to Rick Lacer on anything other than PBC and Al Heyman.
Man, hey, even what he said about PBC, that shit be coming to light. That nigga be telling the truth.
Educate me on Rick Glacier.
Man, I mean, you could get the picture. MZ. He just like one of these. He based like somebody that work in the business, and he not too friendly of like PBC, specifically Al Heyman. So every chance he get, you know what I'm saying, he find a way to like take a shot at Heyman and every, you know what I'm saying, like he go hella overboard with it.
Oh, he
so,
kind of like party with Devin.
Yeah, now here's the catch. You know, because of that, he gets called racist. But now, mind you, this dude is like 65. He gets called racist because of that. But his wife is black. And he worked for Don. Him and Don King is like real good friends. He worked with Don King for like 20 years.
It's easy to be friends with somebody making you millions of dollars. I don't know. I don't know the guy, so I can't say if he's a racist or not. So
yeah, Canahan's a good friend of his too.
Well, shit. Anything else?
Hey, he was proud. He was proud to air that out on live air, to say that him and Canahan are cool, regardless of what he's being what he's being charged with. He's still always gonna be a good buddy of his.
Well, he's standing his ground. Sound like a Trump kind of guy. Internet must be tripping. Is this true, Hypey? Is this guy one of those kind of people?
Such as what?
Him and Canahan cool?
Oh yeah, he went and linked up with Canahan in Dubai early in the what was it? last year or earlier this year, right before they basically start coming down pretty hard on Kinahan. So yeah, I mean, he cool with Kinahan. Shit, it's a lot of like professional boxers and managers that like Kinahan. They just, unfortunately had to, they just go silent on it. But man, people love Kinahan. Like in the UK, if you work with Kinahan, them motherfuckers love Kinahan.
Yeah, he's got a lot of praise amongst the boxing circuits. They got a lot of good things to say about him, and a lot of them say if he was doing negotiating with PBC, the fight would have got made.
Yep.
So none of the stuff that he accused of while he and Divine not at home, none of that stuff is true.
Nah, we ain't gonna say all that. What we saying is,
okay,
yeah,
I feel, I hear what y'all saying with that, with him being loved in the boxing circles. But will them doing business with him affect them?
Oh well, let's just speed you up because basically his boxing operations have already like completely been shut down. They had a company called MTK Global that was around for about like 10 years or so. They was, they had during their time they had signed about 300 boxers, during their span, produced world champions, all type of stuff. So MTK Global was big, but just based off that, they shut down operation. This whole Kinahan thing I'm talking to you about, this is the reason why Tyson Fury basically won't be allowed to enter into the U.S. anymore. This is why Josh Taylor will never be able to fight in the USA.
Yeah, what's the trainer for? He wasn't allowed in Australia.
Ben Davison.
Yeah, he wasn't allowed in Australia because of the ties.
But that's terrible. That's okay now. Saying is if you were rich, that and you talking about doing business with something that causes stuff to straight shut down. Why do I want to talk to you? Why do I want to be seen with you? Shake whatever it is they got the government, because as rich as I am, I can't beat them. I don't have a team set up to beat them. And right now, from what I understand, they got sanctions on this man. On a man, they got sanctions upon.
Yeah, so I'm how do I'm trying to think of somebody to basically use an example, but you can understand what I'm saying, MZ. Your experience, let's just say if your experience with somebody, for example, Marlo and them, it's some motherfuckers around this YouTube boxing community. They got some terrible things to say about Marlo and Trey, but your experience with them has been completely different, right?
Yeah, but that don't affect the group that's on your butt. That don't affect them and the way they think. And right now, the way they think is you are a vacuum to suck off some of my money. Because they got sanctions on you. I hear every good argument that can go with it. I hear the fact that he could be good for boxing, but for the simple fact that the government got sanctions on you, why am I going to chance that? Need I put your target on the back that this a brother, black man. Of all people to go do business with him, you gonna go ahead and cross the threshold? Oh, we finna tear y'all apart.
What like I said, that's why he shut down his operations now, because he basically understood it was just too hot for him, and he was only going to just jeopardize certain boxers. Anybody that was affiliated with him, it was only just going to jeopardize their career. So that's why I say they shut down operations. They shut down MTK Global and all that.
Yeah, that's why you've seen Bob and all these other guys denouncing ties with him. They had to, otherwise their business would have got shut down.
So I understand the arguments that could be made for Callahan, but in my opinion, you know, sometimes when boo boo stink, it's really boo boo. It ain't a truffle. But that's all I can really say on that. You know, we don't know what this man is as far as why the government got a problem with it, or why he can't go home. We don't know. You know, you got to be something serious to not be able to allow it to come home. You know, the place that's your roots. It's got to be something serious about that. So yeah, that's a pot I wouldn't want to touch. It don't have the handle on it where you can just grab it safely. That's a hot pot. He might be exceptional for boxing, but I don't see how it would be safe for any of the companies to mess with him.
Well, top companies, Bob Arum, they had no problem messing with him before these sanctions came down.
Yeah, but now the sanctions are down. You know what it is. We can't mess with you. We literally can't mess with you. No matter how bad we might want to, we can't do it. You're not going to be the reason that my whole everything collapsed while you're over there in Dubai doing kind of all right, because, you know, nobody can reach over there in Dubai and bother you. But we based right over here. And we part of this system. And we can't buck this system that is trying to step on you right now. After they raise their foot up off of you or whatever it is, and they say all clear, we can mess with you and make money again. But until then, till they get that all clear, he just out there on the island by himself.
Well, let's kind of build on that. What's your thoughts on this dilemma Showtime and PBC seem to be in?
Which dilemma is that?
Quick summary. Showtime is going through a drastic change where they're going to be bought out by a parent company, Paramount.
Okay.
So it's been heavily rumored that because of boxing's decline in output, Showtime boxing will either be eliminated or drastically reduced as far as dates, and you might even see people like Steven Espinoza no longer be around. So basically what we're getting at is, you know, Showtime boxing, if not going to be eliminated altogether, it will be drastically reduced.
What I think about that is, that's the business. They're getting bought out by a parent company. The parent company got a way it's going to go. Can't do nothing but go with that. As for a fan, that sucks. That you know, it really sucks if they disappear, because who will we turn to watch boxing? You know what I'm saying? ESPN, and then what kind of fights will we get? You know, because that's what Bob Arum at right now. It seems like he's sitting pretty safe. I know some people are gonna say go to the zone and all this. This might be exactly what the zone needs. This, you know, if that's true, that might be what the zone needs. If they get drastically reduced and with dates, that could still also help the zone in a way of it could pick up some fighters, because the dates will affect who wants to stay around and wait. You know what I'm saying? If dates are far and in between, there's a lot going on with it. Or it could actually force the pay-per-views of old. It might be far in between, but the best fighters might end up staying. And, you know, it might work out for both sides of the branch. You might be over there watching the zone because a lot of fighters went over there. So when that pay-per-view fight come on, those marquee fighters sharing a card or something, yeah, you're going to go pay that money. I'm just saying.
Well, I got a difference of opinion on that. Two things could be true. One, that what Hyphy said could be happening, and it could be a blessing in disguise, right? Because what has happened of lately? We've been asking for certain fights to happen for years, and all of a sudden, boom, Plant versus Benavidez get made. And then you got two up and coming fighters that normally those type of fighters don't fight each other at this stage of their career, where it catapults the other fighter to basically be a legit threat contender coming out of that fight, which I'm talking about Michelle Rivera and Frank Martin. And then there's other potential fights that are being talked about now. So it could be that this news is forcing Showtime to make some of these fights that we haven't been getting, we've been asking for. And let's just say coming out of December, maybe they get another big fight made. Now you got a nice little portfolio you're building up for if you get bought, where they can look at it and say, I think we might want to keep this thing going. Maybe we might pump some more money into this engine. Because we're seeing how the numbers is looking and how it's turning out. As a fan, it's never a good thing for us to be rooting for a company to fail in boxing, especially one that gives us solid fights. Not all their pay-per-views are good. Most of the time, they don't give us great pay-per-views, but they do give us solid cards that aren't pay-per-views. And case in point, ESPN, Top Rank, DAZN, what's Frank Warren's promotion? Well, they fight with Top Rank and Scott. None of those promotional companies are coming in my backyard giving me fights. The only one that comes to Minneapolis and give me fights that I can see, quality fights, is Showtime and PBC. So I have a vested interest in not seeing that promotional outfit go because of that. Because I get to see quality fights, I get to see up and coming fighters, I get to see the talent that's coming from this promotion. And I pay good money to see it. I'm not paying pay-per-view to see it. I'm actually going there and seeing it live, close and personal. And that matters to me as a boxing fan. So I'm not going to be sitting here rooting for PBC Showtime to go under, especially when I'm benefiting from it as a fight fan, watching the fights.
You got anything on that, MZ? Joe.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe it's possible he stepped away for a second, but I'm gonna piggyback off what you said. See, I agree with everything.
Oh, my bad, Hyphy. I had my mute off because I didn't want to interrupt him. I was saying that let me jump in the chat real quick because Eric R had a few things to say, and I wanted to make sure that I got his words in. He said, "Wow, HBO Part 2, talking about that situation, dumb as hell because these companies just need to make the damn fights. The sport could thrive and be a top sport. Rematches and rubber matches build better fights than 7-year marinations. Al have did the shit right. He built Thurman, EJ Porter, and Garcia on free TV. But them all not mixing it up destroyed damn near all the momentum they built." I could agree with that. Now, as far as tearing down Al Heyman, I wouldn't do that. You know, I don't know how many people really realize. I know they hear the story about him being in music, but if you watch this movie called The Black Godfather, that gentleman that went through a lot of stuff, actually, Al Heyman is like a protege of his. The man, you know, is adept to do what he's doing. To some people, it might not satisfy the way they feel like business should be done. But when you start talking about a company being broke, you know, broke to not be able to do the kind of business they want to do. But calling that man broke, forget about it. That dude is not broke like that. Y'all can stop that. His hands are like tentacles. He's in too many things, especially music. He's really getting paid from that. But no, I wouldn't want to see PBC go away. I most definitely wouldn't want to see Showtime go away. As far as boxing, I like watching boxing on Showtime. But if the end of the run comes, what can I do? I just have to accept it and find a way to feed my hunger for boxing. That's all I can say on that. Hopefully, the fights do pique an interest. Who knows? Maybe Paramount got somebody over there that sends some power to be like, I like boxing. Y'all leave boxing alone. Anything could happen. We don't really know. Just got to ride the wave out and see. Hoping for the best, always prepare for the worst.
Yeah, but I was going to contribute to that. So at this point, even though we hate the networks because they rarely come together and collaborate to make the fights, any network dropping out or getting put out of business is bad for the business as a whole, because it's a reason they getting put out of business, and it's because the decline of boxing financially. So I mean, some of the things that you get from that is this fight that we want to see happen not being made because behind the scenes is uncertainty about how much revenue it'll produce. That's the type of stuff that happens. So the same way, even though I get mad at PBC about certain shit, Showtime also, I don't want to see them drop out. But the same way I don't want to see them drop out, it's not cool for us to be rooting for a Matchroom. Jay Brown, you remember the era where every fucking week it was a rumor coming out, oh, Matchroom is doing terrible. They're going to be dropping out of the business. So, and there was the fucking black boxing community that was eating that shit up.
Oh,
even lying about that shit.
You talking about Eddie Hearn?
Bruh, it was clickbait central, man. It was like the sweepstakes.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't deal with Eddie Hearn for the simple reason the way he came over here and attacked it. That's my only deal with him, and his arrogance, and him not being willing to work with a champion over here for them to, I don't care how you feel about Deontay Wilder. He was the only one that I cared about going over there to fight for Undisputed with Anthony Joshua. I hear Anthony Joshua at one point pretty good on my rankings. Big E could be a witness to that. I wouldn't lie to you. I never thought he'd beat Deontay Wilder, but I wanted to see that fight. And Eddie Hearn was a part of that not happening. And, it was one thing to not make the fight. It was another thing to say a lot of things he said, about Wilder. But to say that he was coming over to take over American boxing and let us watch it the way they give it to us, I kind of got offended at that. How you going to come over here and take away or do something without even getting your feet wet? Introduce yourself to me. Don't come in here and be brash and stuff like that and talking crazy, because that don't fly. I can see how people let their feelings like that get in the way of it. But Eddie Hearn put on some good fights. Do we put on some good fight cards? Do we use fighters from America? What happened with Andrade over there? Devin got what he wanted from over there, but we really didn't see shit with Devin over there. Not that was eye-popping to make me remember, or am I tripping?
I mean, what did happen to Andre? Andre got paid to fight fucking cab drivers. He got paid well to fight cab drivers. Andre wasn't complaining about what he was getting paid. He was getting paid well.
He was just complaining about not getting the fights.
So was Devin Haney. He got paid well over there. That's
what I'm saying. They got paid well, but people ain't hungry for him. And I know they're gonna say that's because the other fighters not over there with them. But big fights that they could have been in, they weren't in. Andre could have fought a name or two over there. Hell, he could have got some good names over there.
That's one thing you got to give Eddie Hearn, man. He makes sure his fighters get their Skrilla.
Now, am I to understand? And I'm just, because I know all the stuff that's floating around. Am I to understand that Al Heyman don't make sure his boys get paid?
No, I'm just saying that's one of the best qualities Eddie Hearn has.
Okay, that's a quality that Al Heyman has too. I can't see. I'm trying to figure out why people dislike the PBC, and I'm trying to look past the color of their skin and figure out what heinous acts had the PBC done to make people just be like, "Oh, we got to get rid of them." What is it about the PBC that threatens the other companies?
Come on, MZ, we can be honest about this shit. And I was just hinting at it. The same way you got the pro PBC fans who was pro PBC because it's quote unquote black owned and Al Heyman, those same fans every fucking week they was coming out with clickbait videos talking about how DAZN was going bankrupt, how DAZN was losing money, the Eddie Hearn is about to get fired. All right, so that shit happened. So in return, what happens when they see Showtime and PBC having trouble? They take their chance to strike at Al Heyman. That's all it's about.
Yeah, it's about karma. It's turnabout is fair play. It's like you was preying on my downfall. Now guess what? I'm smelling rumors about you. I'm going to do the same. That's all it is.
Only I heard Eddie Hearn say that he was going to do something. I've never heard Al Heyman say anything about doing something. We just pulled that man, honestly, into it because he's associated with. Yeah, we hear the fighters say, talk to Al. Al, get the business done. So people say, oh, Al Heyman changed, or he did this or did that. The man's job is to make his fighters money. Eddie Hearn's job is to make his fighters money. Old school Bob's job is to make his fighters money. At least that's what I'm under the impression of thinking. I guess what I'm trying to say is we can't complain at how they make their fighters money as long as they do their job. Are they doing their jobs? I know you just praised Eddie Hearn for getting his fighters paid well. So apparently, yeah, he doing his job. Is he giving the fans what they want? Not really. Al Heyman, is he doing his job? Yeah, his fighters are getting paid from what I'm understanding and hearing him say, well, he's doing his job. Is he looking out for his fighters from what some of them say that's in the limelight that we see? Yes, he showed them how to invest money so they could continue to make money. You don't hear that coming from those other fighters from those other companies. I'm just throwing things out there. That's all. I'm not trying to take up a side because I can see how I go for both ways. But one person actually spoke and said what he was going to do and was showing out and talking about how he was going to take other people's fighters. Let's not forget that Eddie Hearn came out like a whirlwind. So yeah, I can see people hurling insults and taking jabs at him and clickbaiting every time something went wrong or they thought was going wrong. But apparently, people, if Eddie Hearn money went funny and people re-upped him, apparently he got a good machine behind him.
But let's be real here. Is that we may not like the approach and the way he said it, but that's basically what they all trying to do. They all trying to take each other's best fighter and market that fighter and make money off of that fighter. He was just the one out here saying that's what he want to do.
That motherfucker said he was taking over American boxing.
Hey, he's supposed to. He's supposed to come in. He's supposed to come in like that. He ain't out here to make friends. He out here to.
You need to be my friend if you want me to spend my damn money to watch your what's the name of it? The Zone. Yeah, you need to have MZ fan as a friend
If
and a
I
whole
feel
bunch
like
of other people as a friend.
if I feel like I got the best product, then guess what? I'm gonna tell the world I got the best product.
Oh, see now, but we know that you didn't have the best product because the best product is over here where we looking at TV at right now, or iPhone, or iPad, or whatever it is that you watching it. We already seeing what we consider the best. We peeped out your people.
Yeah, over time,
We saw what your people got. Your people ain't got it. Not like that.
over time, it told the story, right? But initially, when he came in, that's how he's supposed to come in.
Yeah, he come in like that, and you know he got what I consider what he was supposed to get from the fans. You know, I can't speak for the YouTube people. They did their things. They made their clickbait. They jumped on the opportunity. What you're supposed to do on YouTube, really, you're supposed to jump on the opportunity as fast as you can. Now, if you're right, that makes it that much better. If you're a knucklehead and you're wrong, you're just doing a whole bunch of videos over and over again. But this the land opportunity right here. You just got to be ready. You know?
And here's the crazy part, MZ. All them dudes who was making the videos about him, Eddie Hearn was giving them all the freaking interviews. All the airtime was with Eddie Hearn. They didn't get no airtime with Al Heyman or PBC guys the way they got it with Eddie Hearn. So regardless of how terrible they was telling you Eddie Hearn is every day, he was still giving them dudes the time of day.
I read that. Okay. But I don't look. If I was the person that you seen giving time to people all the time and then all of a sudden he stopped, okay, I can see that. But this ain't that dude. He just a name to most people and the face that somebody happened to capture from a fight that he was at. He was at a fight with, for Floyd one time, I remember. But other than that, you know, we don't know what this dude sound like. We don't even know if he still look the same.
Yeah, I'm not saying that as a detriment to Al Heyman. I'm just saying that it ain't always what people like to paint it to be. Like they want to demonize and paint him, Eddie Hearn, a certain way, but at the same time, this motherfucker is still talking to you. You can say what you want about the dude, but he ain't dodging you. He's still talking to you, and he knows exactly what you're saying about him, and he's still talking to you. So I gotta respect that at the end of the day.
Eddie like that camera. Eddie said any publicity is good publicity for him, as long as they're talking about me. As long as they talk. And I could commend you for that. You know, any publicity is good publicity. So I'm gonna stop giving him mine right now.
And what we saying is like what you just said, MZ. He don't talk. He don't do interviews. We agreeing with you. So what we saying is how the fuck can motherfuckers claim that he pro-black or this is a black man trying to do right? But how would you know any of that if the man don't speak? Like y'all said, y'all gotta watch his actions. All right. Al, from what we seen, he's put on.
Wait, who said he was pro-black?
Come on, MZ.
No, I'm serious. Who said that? Because I've never said the words that Al Heyman was pro-black.
MZ, the whole push for PBC comes from the pro-black boxing community.
That's because they want to keep a black man in there. They don't want to get him pushed out. I can see that part. But saying he pro-black, I've never had a conversation like that.
Oh man, yeah.
I know the man is a good businessman, and from what I hear from his boxers saying, you know, he shows them how to have a life after boxing and how to make their money grow and do what it's supposed to do. It sounds like to me he's just doing his job. All the other stuff, I can't speak on. But from what they saying, he advised him and this and that. I don't know. Is he the matchmaker? I don't think so. But I think he's making sure that he get no boys the money they supposed to get. As a black man, yeah, I want to see him keep doing that for boxers. I wouldn't want to see him get pushed out of business. But to say he pro-black, I don't know what he is. I just know in this boxing game, what he doing is making sure that the fighters that come out of there who are majority black come out, you know, in the sake of boxing, as far as their wealth and having a plan to keep their wealth, they come out better for it.
Now let me give you like another example. How I was just saying, everybody experience is different. Now the fighters that's with PBC, they'll tell you, like Al has done wonders for him because Al done got them paid top dollar. The times when the times when PBC fighters, do get frustrated with Al is basically like when they can't get fights because they go so long without getting a fight, because that is the payday. But now the fighters love Al, at least the fighters with PBC, they love Al. But it's networks out there, they got a whole different story to tell you about Al. Their experience is totally different. So it just depends on what your experience is with them. So that's why I say all these, promoters, networks, managers, whatever, it just depends what your experience was with them.
Okay. Now, during his history, you said some networks have experience, may have had bad experience with it, or say they have bad experience.
He's burned networks.
Big network?
Yeah. See, people
like I want to know like what big network, because we talking about a dude, once again, his reach is just not in boxing. His reach is in something else.
Well, you could try to say the music industry, but he got ran out the music industry.
Is he out the music industry?
He got ran out the music industry.
Are you sure he's out of the music industry?
Sure.
Okay. So as you go on, you say he burned some networks.
Well, if people don't remember, when they first came out, they had something going on with BET. All right, BET lost money messing with them. They had to shut down shop. That was a loss for them. Same thing with Bounce TV. If people remember, Bounce TV, that was a loss. They even had a little thing going on with ESPN at the time. This is before Top Rank got with ESPN. That was a loss.
What you saying a thing, but I need to have
basically they starting off putting on shows on public TV with them. The thing is, another one, Spike TV. When I'm talking about a thing, I'm talking about a deal where they putting on fights for the public, and the networks is paying for it.
Okay.
So the problem that basically rose out of this was, if Al Heyman, and you always hear people saying this, Al Heyman overpays the fighters. So if he overpaying the fighters, the networks, they got to pay for it, because all of these promoters, none of them put their own money up. The networks pay for it, unless it's a pay-per-view. So if they overpaying these fighters so much, that's the networks that's losing out on this money.
So the fighters is gonna love them because they getting the money, but the networks ain't getting their cut.
Okay, now I'm just gonna say the networks feel like they overpaying the fighters.
Well, no, the networks, they feel like they just taking a loss overall because they not recouping.
Somebody got to be feeling like they overpaying the fighters, because I've heard that before.
Well, the fans actually say that. That's the fans who say they overpaying the fighters. The business aspect, the numbers is saying, okay, we putting out too much to the fighters to the point where we can't recoup. That's what the networks is saying. So that business model will never work.
Add some of those expensive air commercials.
Well, whatever you got to do,
right?
Shit ain't been sustainable.
You would do it for a crappy show that people are not really interested in, but you won't do it for something that could really blow up your channel. That's okay. I understand it. I just, to hear people say, "Oh, they're paying the fighters too much money," you can't be concerned about the fighter as much as you say you are. If you feel like they're getting paid too much money, how much does it cost to step into the ring and take a chance of getting beat up? How much is Joe Blow willing to say is enough money? If nobody is saying it's a cap, how much is too much? You keep going, and I'll tell you when to stop when it's too much for me.
Hey, if he able to get certain amount of money out for his fighters, kudos to him for negotiating that and getting that money for his fighters. I'm not going to tell him he overpaid them, but at the same time, I'm gonna, if you're gonna be paying your fighters then the quality of fights need to be improved. And if you're gonna be paying fighters a certain, money that you're paying them, and these networks are saying, hey, we ain't benefiting from this, then those fights need to be better fights that you're bringing out.
Now I can hear that argument, but did you put that in the contract when we sat down and you agreed? Or are you coming to me now saying it got to be better fights? Because if it got to be better fights, can we talk about it after this contract expires? Did I get you some better fights to what you feel you deem necessary? But right now, we got to let this contract go ahead and run its course.
Yeah, but that goes down to trust, because we, as a network, they're trusting you to put on the best fights that's going to maximize, eyes being on the network, right?
Right. Then y'all should have helped me get some of those fighters away from those people that don't want to do business with.
Nah, trust me, that was the problem. PBC got a loaded roster, and they've been had a loaded roster.
Exactly. They got fights they could make.
I can't say I haven't enjoyed all the fights that I've watched on PBC, because I have not. I have not enjoyed all the fights that I've watched on PBC. I can honestly say I have not enjoyed all the fights I've watched on any of the channels that show the fighters. I do, get disheartened when they don't deal with each other. But on that same note, the truth be told, those networks ain't playing nice with each other either. They, you can't tell me that y'all went in there blindly, not knowing. Y'all didn't do no homework on the fighters and who was who and where they were at. Or did y'all just go in here and you got to be telling me y'all let this black man come in here and charm you to the point that you just decided you were going to open up your wallet? Something sold you on it. What was it? Y'all didn't just open up your pocketbooks and start paying this man. Something had to sell you up on it. What could it have been?
Here, for me, here's the problem I have with the whole Thurman and Spence thing is like, you allow Thurman not to fight this guy for so long, right? But now you want to force Spence to fight him. It's like, well, hold on. That fight could have been made. If you guys were serious, it could have been made a long time ago. And that could have been a fight that PBC could have benefited, made tremendous amount of money for. Nobody, people aren't really clamoring for that fight like we once were clamoring for it. Where it could have made a really good impact at 147. It could have catapulted either guy. But now it's not really a benefit unless it's just like Thurman's a name on Arrow's list of guys in the era that he hasn't fought. That's it. But it could have been a much bigger fight.
I can agree with that. But then you would be saying, which now that the tables are different, you're saying that they're trying to force Earl to fight Thurman. If they make him fight Thurman, then they have completed that and things will be looked at different. But if they don't force him to fight Thurman and let Earl make his own decision, then you have to say they actually went with what they fighter wanted to do.
Well, that's the thing. They got to stay true to what if they allowed one fighter to not want to make that fight before, then it should be that way with this fighter too. They shouldn't try to hold his feet to the fire when they didn't hold the other guy to his feet to the fire.
That's what I'm saying. If they just suggested, hey, Earl, can you? Because they never stopped Earl from pursuing Thurman. They just didn't intervene. Thurman played his game. Earl started letting it be known back then that, I ain't finna be bothered with this. When the tables turned, they turned. Now, if he stayed true to his word, like I said, they might suggest, Earl, we can make some money with this because we can't get this with the other guy. Let's go ahead and do this. I can see him saying, no, I ain't doing it. I can see so many reasons of why he's doing it because I look at it from both sides of the fence. I can tell a certain kind of attitude, and I can tell when it ain't just pride. It's like, I don't like this dude. I don't care what you say. When it was time to make money, he passed the chance to make money. I'm not gonna spit in his cup if he's thirsty in the middle of the desert. That's the vibe I get from Earl with Thurman, because he felt like Thurman played games with him. Nobody could say anything about that except, hey, we could ask him, we could put it in front of him, publicly or however. If this man say he ain't gonna do it, we ain't gonna force him to do it. But if he end up signing, people are gonna say, before the background come out, or they force him to sign to fight Thurman. We'll have to see what takes place. I think we spoke on this a little earlier.
I don't think we spoke on it to this degree, though.
Okay. But yeah, that's the way I would look at it. Hey, La D in the house. What's up, sis? What's up? I'm sorry. Eric also said, my beef with Eddie is he seemed like a lapdog for Top Rank. Like his job was to sign away threats and keep them out of harm's way. In return, they feed his fighters scraps from Top Rank. Whoa! Eric R comes in with a swooping red cape to shoot laser beams and help bag up some claims to protect the PBC and step on Eddie Hearn with one of the reasons he don't like Eddie Hearn. You know, his reason different from mine is, it just rubbed the fan the wrong way. Eddie, I feel you, Joseph Brown. Eddie came in, like he's supposed to, shaking and baking, talking his noise. But to me, I'm like, dude, you being too loud right now. Just come in and do it. Show me what you got. All that talking you doing, I can pass on that. But that's just me and how I enjoy my boxing and my threats. It's a certain way it got to be done. And since you the new kid on the block, you can't come in here like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'll put it like this. Eddie Hearn, when it comes to like promotions over there in UK and a few other foreign countries, he do a pretty good job. But his track record over here as far as American events, they suck. Until recently, they have sucked. So to me, they should just scrap this whole American invasion. Besides like do what they're doing with the smaller divisions and women's boxing, yeah, they should just scrap this whole American idea altogether.
And sure, they do have some concern about the boxers, other than just getting them paid and quit letting these people show up dirty and cheating, and you try to cover it. We got to get rid of that too.
That's my biggest issue with him, and his willingness to do whatever it takes to get his fighters by on felon drug tests. And his most successful American event to date is Serrano Taylor. That was the best event that he's had in the States. I'll be 100% honest, and that was a phenomenal event.
I can work with that, but it's some things, it's some things that have to be changed as far as negotiating me to be a fan of what Eddie Hearn is totally doing. Yeah, it's some changes that got to be made. You know what I'm saying? You got to show some kind of backbone. You can't be against drug cheats one minute and then you trying to help them get around the corner the next. That don't work with me. As a fan, that does not work with me. That's a mark against him that make me not want to go to his platform and look at fighters. That's one, and all these fighters ain't that good. But that's one of the main reasons I don't want to go, because it's just the way he came at the game. Like I said, for me, he had to come in. We got this new thing going on. I'm gonna have this going on. You ain't got to come in rah. Man, slow down with that, man. We ain't moving around like that. Take your time. Let me see what you got. Then we might can do something. I might dig into my pocket. But so much stuff changed for Eddie so fast. So it gave people so many reasons to be like, man, this dude can't be trusted at all. He came in talking fast. He got this app that started off low. Next thing you know, the price go up. Where that come from? Y'all said it wasn't gonna never go up like that. Then the price go up again. But damn, what's really going on? Inflation is a bitch around here. He trying to catch up to the rest of everything else, I guess. Next thing you know, they got a pay-per-view. Well, I thought that was supposed to be dead. So yeah, you can see why people hurl insults and dislikes at Eddie Hearn. I'm just saying.
Well, you ain't hearing us. Me and Jay Brown, we ain't no Eddie Hearn fanboys. We ain't waving that flag, so we ain't about to challenge what you're saying. I know it's true.
Oh, okay. Listen, I guess that would be one of the reasons people ain't messing with him.
But I don't have no allegiance to the to Matchroom.
But while we speaking about promoters and stuff, I'm still on my stance, and Trey been echoing my sentiments. But Bob Arum, Top Rank, as far as what they working with compared to what they give us, Top Rank is the pound for pound best promoter out there, hands down.
Top Rank got old money. Top Rank got old connections. Top Rank go back years. Top Rank name rings back with Ali. Come on now.
What that got to do with this current day?
What does it have to do with it? That, you know how you hear when you hear rich people say, "Oh, that's new money over there." The old money and that's new money. It's a difference. That new money looked at different because they uncouth. They don't know how to act. They don't really know what they're doing. Old money is laid back. We've been doing this for centuries. Bob Arum is the man, no matter how you want to look at it. Until he stepped down, it ain't nothing you can say about it. His reach is what it is. You're gonna tell me that he putting on such great fights with ESPN that he been just landing with them all this time? Definitely re-upping. No, this man is a proven. He's I know it's hard to say you're a living legend, but as far as boxing in the boxing circle and the boxing community and what he has brought to TV in boxing, Bob Arum is the man.
Yeah, you just said it right. I think I mistook your words from the beginning because it's funny because PBC and DAZN, they both had more money to work with at one point than Top Rank. It's the initial homecoming. So it wasn't the money that could propel them over Top Rank. What make Top Rank stand out as the number one, clear ahead of the pack, the process. They know what the hell they doing. They structure, organize. They know how to promote. That's what make them number one.
They've been in the game forever.
Not to mention they're always getting the young top prospects coming to the network.
They got a smooth. I would think they got a smooth process of it. How hard is it to talk a youngster into saying, "Look, we're gonna pay you this much money. Not only you with the best promotion company in the world, but you get to fight on ESPN. ESPN, that's in millions of households. No, it ain't gonna be on pay-per-view or nothing. But we building your name. We getting you ready for the world. That's something. That's something. That'll ring my ears. Put me in millions of homes when I get to fight, and I do get to fight, even if it's on y'all little app, it's still ESPN. That rings a lot. And like I said, Bob Arum has been around a long time. That relationship that they have, I believe that's a hard thing for anybody to break. Because Bob Arum, like you said, he's proven. He's been a part of some of the biggest fights in history.
Yeah, he's been a part of fight. He even got his way into fights where he wasn't a part of. Just think about the Fury versus Wilder. He was nowhere to be seen in the first fight. He managed to wiggle his way in there and get the top guy.
Didn't he though?
Yeah, he wiggled his way in there.
Did they fight on two networks?
Co-promotion.
So not only did he wiggle in there, he made sure that ESPN got to eat.
Yep.
Pure genius. Pure genius. Thinking business wise, you gotta love that. As a fan, we was hot than fish grease because we was like, damn, we wanted that other fight to come on quick so we could move on. Gave a lot of credence and a lot of time for somebody to come up with some good ways to win a fight.
Hey, and look how that worked out for Fury. If who knows how the second fight would have turned out if it went back to back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, it gives you time to rethink things, prepare better, everything. It gave a lot. 2 fights in between.
Wouldn't have been no Sugar Hill. It would have been Ben Davison again.
Facts. You make a good point. I won't say facts, but I will say a great point. But you know, ain't no need for looking back that far anymore. We shining a good light on Bob Arum and let it be known. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Hype. You know, but you can't. I don't think anybody has really taken aim at the old man. So now I'm you know, that's all I can say about that. Top Rank is Top Rank. That's who they are. Bob Arum is Bob Arum. He the godfather of boxing as long as he alive. Eddie Hearn and I'm gonna say Matchroom and PBC, they just chomping at the bit to see who can be able to be the next one to replace number one.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because PBC fighters get paid more. PBC has a much bigger roster. They had multiple networks they was working with, but they just couldn't beat the overall structure of a very well organized, calculated, proven structure that Top Rank puts on. So yeah, you just can't beat that, and it's definitely been well documented that with Top Rank you might not get paid the most, but you damn sure gonna get your money.
Well, it sounds like nobody's being blamed and not getting paid. That don't seem to be the issue at all with anybody.
Well, there's one guy who's suing.
Who?
You know who he is, Bud.
I thought they was over there, and I didn't think it was about payment, was it? So Bud's still in the I ain't gonna beat up on Bud because Lala D in the house. I'm trying to take it easy on Bud. But he was unhappy. That's Top Rank, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's a strike against the rank. My bad. But Bob's still the godfather. Y'all excuse me, I didn't put something in my mouth. He's been around, like I said, forever. Working with Don King. If Don King wasn't so greedy and actually cared, he could have been the godfather. But no, he had to be a con man, a thief. Brought some good fights, but was a crook. Straight up.
Shoot, you could say what you want about Don. Don gave us fights.
Yeah, I did. I said he brought some good fights.
And Don always gave the public good fights.
But he was a crook. And they was right. He walked in with the champ. He walking out with the champ. Didn't matter who won. He had them both up under his banner. So he could give you the good fights.
AMZ.
Yeah.
They said Don King used to do shit like this. Let's say like the champion, that was his fighter. Let's say if he had something in his contract that say every time he make a successful title defense, he would get paid more and more. He would call the challenger, who wasn't even one of his fighters, and he'd tell him like 2 months ahead, get ready, Then he'd call his own fighter with like 4 weeks and, tell him, okay, yeah, this is who you're going to be fighting. So he'd get his own fighter lined up.
Damn. I never heard that story, but that's horrible.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I think Don King, the reason why Ali got the shit beat out of him by Larry Holmes. Because Don King was always antagonize Larry Holmes and say, "You ain't Ali, nigga. What make you think you deserve that kind of money?"
Man. It is what it is. It is what it is. So what's up with Bud in his lawsuit? Since Joseph Brown did bring up the fact that he was unhappy when he left Top Rank. So what's up with that? Hyphy, you know anything? Can you give me something?
No, I don't got no updates on it, but I just be trying to remind dumb motherfuckers out there, the lawsuit never claimed that Bob Aaron was a racist. The lawsuit claimed one part of the lawsuit claimed racial bias within the lawsuit.
Yeah, that don't mean racist.
Yeah, fucking dumbass nigga. You know, that's all niggas put. When you look at these damn YouTube titles, that's the only thing you see. You don't even see the other parts that he's suing for. That's one thing you see.
Well, if he's suing and it's a good case, then bless it. Bless him. I hope he get what he need to get. I ain't got too much other to say about it except he getting the ring with Earl gonna put their hands on it. That's just comparable banner. I don't care what nobody think, how you feel. Earl my favorite fighter when it comes to that weight class, and he'll beat up Bud.
What you think about this fucking Rosclot Jamal Charlo? He came out and said Jaime Munguia ain't fighting nobody, and 160 is his division. Anybody else with a belt need to come see him. How you feel about him saying that when this man ain't fought in over a year and a half and he ain't about to fight no time soon based on circumstances?
To be honest with you, I can't say it's been some time that I think I remember seeing something like Jamal was moving down my list of fighters that had that hunger or whatever. I didn't even know he wasn't hurt no more. So he not hurt no more. Or is he still hurt?
I'm gonna put it like this. I listen to Ronnie Shields' show every week, and I've been hearing information that somewhat contradicts itself. So I don't know if he was ever really hurt. But I will say, I've heard Ronnie Shields 1 week say, "Oh yeah, he's doing a lot better. He's better. He's been running." And then I've heard Ronnie Shields 2 weeks later say, "I haven't spoke to him in weeks." And then I heard him say a week after that, he hasn't been coming to the gym, yet. So I don't know what's going on with Jamal.
Wow. Well, I don't give too much credence to what he said. I'm sorry, Joseph Brown. I'm gonna just say this real quick. I don't give too much credence to what he said until I actually seen him getting back in the ring and fight. He's been gone so long, I don't even remember what he looked like.
I mean, if he's serious about talking about fighting champions, Janibek is about to fight. Why don't you fight him after he finishes fight?
That's a good one. I know it's what? How many belts is it still left? It's 3 belts left out there.
Janibek got one of them, so go fight him. If you're talking about they need to come see you, then after Janibek get done what he got to do, then go fight him. If Munguia ain't serious about fighting, what the hell are you waiting around for Jaime Munguia anyway? He ain't got nothing you want.
Wow, that puts it right in perspective. But yeah, Jamal got to do something. He is definitely not Jamel. Definitely not. Jamel has, in my opinion, separated himself quite well from his twin brother, quite well. And bagged up everything. Took a loss, bounced back, handled his business. He's a true champion.
Yeah, like you said, MZ, there's only one guy right now who actually want to prove himself at 160, and that's Janibek. We all know Triple G ain't trying to prove himself at 160 right now.
I thought they said he was retiring. Is he still trying to fight?
Yeah, he made it clear. He said he plans to go back down and continue to defend his belts.
Oh my goodness. Well, good luck to him. I think it's just a matter of time for somebody to put their hands all over that dude. All over him. Somebody gonna put him in a match and it's gonna be bad. He gonna have the old man syndrome, and they gonna have the Manny Pacquiao youth, and they gonna put hands all over him like he did Oscar and like he did Moses.
Yeah, I think Jamal is it's just unfortunate position. You know, a whole bunch of different stuff happened in life, but he put himself in a position to where I don't think he could ever climb back into the favor of fans unless he fought like a Triple G or Andre. You know, if not a Canelo, obviously. Other than that, I just don't think it's anything he could ever do to put himself back in favor with the fans.
He can, but what he would have to do, he would have to come back head knocking. He would have to head knock everybody he got in the ring with, and I mean dropping them. He would have to put hands on them. He would have to make them look at it. Do I see that in him? No, I do not see that in him. But that's one sure way to get the fans to look at him and say, okay, maybe he mean business. Maybe he got it together. But if he can't come in and do that, put on some decisively ass whoopings, then people ain't gonna want to hear from him.
It starts with Janovek. Go fight Janovek, knock him out, put on a damn good performance against him. Then you got some momentum, and then you can start making waves at Triple G and clamor for that fight and possibly get it. Because at that point, that'll bring some fans to the table who want to see it. But if you ain't making no kind of noise, you ain't gonna get nothing. Ain't nothing gonna come your way if you ain't making no waves. You're gonna have to take on a guy like that in order to get a Triple G, possibly.
I feel
Addressing, and I was gonna address it also, but go ahead, read it.
Lala D says, they all still waiting on Canelo, shaking my head. And she said he really did. And then she said, at least he's still married. His wife is quiet. That's good.
Yeah, I was gonna address that comment by her. So 2 weeks ago, Shields on his weekly podcast, he said, yeah, Jamal is just, you know, right now he's been away from the gym because he's gearing up to go through divorce. So I mean, I guess that's how that situation is going to play out, and who knows what type of effect it's going to have on him inside the ring and outside the ring. But that's been like the latest update on him. He ain't been in the gym, and he's gearing up to go through divorce.
Wow, that sucks. That sucks to be him right now. Losing your wife, hurt your back, can't box. Gonna lose some money if it's a divorce. She asks for some money. You best believe you're gonna give up some. It's Texas.
Yeah, she was airing out their dirty laundry on social media. So, you know, you pretty much know that's a wrap when that starts happening.
See, I don't have Twitter. Well, I do, but I just never look at it. So I guess I got it for no reason. Or Instagram. I do, but I don't look at that either. There's too much shit going on. Well, Tiafimo still talking shit on Haney, shaking my head. He's at 140. Why is he focused on Haney? Good question, Lala D. Anybody want to answer that? Why is Tiafimo Lopez talking noise on Haney? Could it be that he's jealous?
And Tiafimo just need his ass whipped again. That's the best way to put it. I'm tired of that little nigga.
What is it about Tio that I guess he talk a lot?
For me, what just probably like nailed it for me was the fact that this motherfucker went out of his way, out of his camp, just to go take a picture next to Canelo with his belts.
That day.
Yeah, like you want to be this nigga like
Give me something.
Yeah, like you want to be the next Canelo and be this nigga little brother. Like that was some gay ass shit. And for me, that was just like, to me, he can. There's no coming back from that shit.
Ah, man, bro, you know,
was rich.
Bro, you know, you're not the man when you act like the fan.
That man had. Yeah, I remember that. He took that picture with that dude ran up there with those belts. Canelo looked at him like, "What is this dude doing?"
That kind of changed my whole mindset on Keyshawn too. You know, when the way he was acting after Shakur Stevenson, man. Like I was like, man, y'all young dudes is built different, man. That's not how you're supposed to be conducting yourself. That could be your boy, your homie, and all that, but damn, bro.
Hey, I don't know. I'll be crunk, but I just give you some depth. I don't want you to like jump in my arms and nothing like that. You know, just pound me up. Let's keep it moving. I'm happy to the motherfucker, but I don't want to hold you. Lala D said they were high school sweethearts too. Oh man, that really sucks. I'm with my high school sweetheart. I ain't going through nothing like that. But you know, you don't know what's going on with them. But I heard her putting out some stuff talking about he wasn't gonna never fight again. I do remember seeing her say something like that in the video, that he was not going to fight again. Right now, that girl seems like she batting 1,000. He said Haney can't punch, but he ducked that non-puncher. You sure right. That boy T.O.D. put on some skates and went around Haney to go fight Kambosos, who got beat up twice by Haney. And now he at 140 pounds talking noise to this little dude who finna be too big to be at 135 pounds to go up to 140 where he at. Let's see what happens then.
Well, respectfully, like I said, I don't mess with Teo, but from how I understood it, okay, that Kambosos fight was a mandatory, and the reason he couldn't unify with Haney because basically, like, I guess the belt that Haney had, I guess they wasn't recognizing that as like an official belt at the time. It was like some weird ass shit.
The only belt Haney ever had was the WBC belt.
Yeah, so what I read was at the time they wasn't recognizing that belt as like an official belt. Like it was some weird shit they put out.
And franchise rules, man.
Wait a minute, they who?
The WBC, the franchise yet, because Teo had the WBC franchise.
Yeah. So they wasn't. So basically, because Teo had he had a part of the WBC, they was basically saying like he can't go unify with Haney because like they end up saying like you can't unify those two belts. Some weird shit.
Yeah, that's why Suleiman was calling him undisputed. People had a big issue with that. But at the end of the day, the WBC is their belt, is their rules. If they want to wake up the next day and say this dude is undisputed because he's holding a portion of whatever WBC that they have, that's their right to say it. We don't have to like it, but that's what the fuck they were saying.
I feel that, but that still go back to the beginning of the conversation when I said Lomachenko had already had the regular WBC belt. There was no need for that belt to be split and a piece of it given to Devin Haney. There was no need for that to happen because either way, Lomachenko was going to fight Teo to unify the belts. So why make up a new belt to pass up Devin Haney? And I know the argument was, well, he was Lomachenko's mandatory, but everybody's already agreed that unification is override a mandatory. So to me, that creation of that belt right there in that situation to get us here was just straight dumb.
Well, hey, that's old news because Haney exactly he nullified that by becoming undisputed anyway.
Exactly, he nullified all of that. Lala D said, I think first Suleiman said Haney's belt was nothing. Then he said the opposite, I think. I do remember him double talking about that belt and then trying to give reason and give credence back because it was almost like they just, when he said the belt really didn't mean nothing or something like that, you know, it kind of ruined me like, so you just saying that this dude here just boxed for nothing and he did all this just for the heck of it? I still don't like the fact that they split the belt up because there is no logical explanation for making that belt with or without that belt. He was going to fight Teofimo Lopez to unify. They said he made the belt so he could make that fight so he could unify. No, what you did was it was just dumb. He was going to be he would have been fighting for undisputed either way. Devin Haney would have just been the mandatory. How if you know why they did it?
That'd be the type of stuff that make me just stop, paying attention to like all the rules and shit. Like all this, okay, the WBA super don't have mandatories, or like I've been and lost track of all that shit. I ain't about to be trying to follow that shit. Like,
anytime you got a belt that don't have a mandatory, that means you stopping everybody else from getting a chance to do it what's supposed to be done. The ones that's fighting to be in first, second, and third place. You stopping them right there. You stopping them.
Yeah,
You're not letting the public, the crowd, the fans, you're not letting them get a chance to see what could be a new star shine because you done made up something that's circumventing the layout. Then you put all these other extra sissy ass belts out here, which really don't mean anything. If I'm the champ, what that belt mean to me? Nothing. That little punk ass belt. Get out of here with that.
But these dumb motherfuckers let like Gervonta Davis get to, he just beat a former champion and Mario Barrios. He's a 3-division champion. Come on, man. Y'all niggas need to stop with that bullshit.
What the real belt said. The real belt is who you're supposed to be aiming for if you're a boxer. That's just my opinion. If you fighting to be the champ. If you're not fighting to be the champ, then do whatever you're doing. Fight whoever you want to fight. But if you're fighting to be the champ, get on that line and go straight after those belts. If you're worth your salt, you're going to make your money.
Yeah, they just delegitimize the whole ranking system. I mean, they blatantly sabotage their own ranking system by doing stuff like that. It's like we'll just pick who's gonna be in line for whatever shot we want them to have. It's like, all right, case in point, Keith Thurman. He hasn't fought in 2 years, but he leapfrogs
everybody.
He leapfrogged everybody by fighting a guy who ain't even never been at welterweight before, who magically enters the top 10 after a knockout loss to somebody in a lower weight class. Like, you can't make this stuff up, how fucking retarded it is, the stuff that they're doing.
Yeah, you're right. Trying to set up the way that they think gonna make the most money. Lala D said, I never in a million years thought Floyd would do that to Tank's career. And Tank just don't care. Money made people do strange things. We'll see if Tank has any care about it or not if he pulls away. But we don't know if he's stuck in some kind of contract. We don't know if the money's talking to him when he gets into fights. We don't know what the dude's deal is, but it's hard to we can only want these fighters to fight certain people, but they have to want to. I miss the fact that Devin showed me that he wanted all the belts because he went after them. I miss those kind of fighters, those fighters that be like, I want the jury. I know I'm going to get paid, but I want the jury to go with it. I don't want to run around and just keep chasing checks all the time. I want to be the best, and I want to be the best for the longest. I wish for a fighter like that. 6 or 7 of them. They're just like, dude, put them in front of me. I'm going to beat them up. I don't care if it's the belt at the end of that. Okay, I'm whooping everything in front of me till I get there. And once I get there, if there's some dude running around pretending he a champion in another division, I'm whooping him too. And anybody in front of that, I pray that I get to see a guy like that before I have to close my eyes for the eternal sleep.
You know who was like that guy that you talking?
Talk to him.
At one point, Spence was that guy. At one point, Thurman was that guy. These motherfuckers changed, man.
Spence changed?
The overall vision changed after a while. The more business become involved, hell yeah.
But I think he's been fighting everybody still. That's why I like him at 147. Except Thurman, he ain't gonna fight Thurman. Probably not gonna do that.
Yeah,
everybody else they call for, he fought.
Yeah,
like that. But we need some more of them. I said we need like 8 of them. We need a lot of those dudes to sit there. It's like, I hate to put it like this. They need to be like the women. The women over there, I'll come beat you up, and then they do it.
Bro, I know Stevenson, one of them dudes.
I think he is too. I'll take him as that dude to be like, you put him in front of me, I'm gonna put these hands on him. We might not get a knockout out of him, but we're gonna get some pretty boxing. I enjoy watching a whole fight from one to 10. If it's a dude just expecting to knock him out, then you know I'm expecting a knockout. Unless you're like really proving to give me knockouts, then I'll expect it. But for the most part, I like to see somebody get beat up. I like to see them pick a person apart and stuff. It give me a better view of the fight, to see a whole fight. I like it. I enjoy watching the boxers do their thing. Lala D says she thinks Fundora is like that. You think Fundora is like that, sis? That he like put him in front of me, I'm gonna beat him up. He could be, let those glasses and that kiddish face fool you. He might be some kind of assassin, the Taurian Inferno. But I'm still waiting to see it. I'm excited. I just, it's not enough of them, I guess. But the girls, the women, they calling each other out. They fighting, talking trash. It's amazing. If all the boxing could catch fire like the women, oh man, that'd be an amazing thing.
Yeah.
We need.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, man, we might need to put them all the way in the forefront and let them be the stem and set this bomb off so people can understand boxing is doing well. People just playing too many games with it.
With the women right now, so they understand by looking at the books and everything that right now the money has increased a lot more than it had been in previous eras. So these women, it's like they've all collectively agreed to capitalize on this window right now. They're not willing to play this game of, okay, let's build up fights and rat-tat-tat, because they don't know when this window gonna close. They see what's happening in men's boxing. The money ain't there no more. Like these women, like Clarissa and stuff, let's just being honest about it. They can't get that type of money in USA. It's not that she's choosing to fight in UK. Nah, she has to fight over there in UK. There's no networks in USA that is really open.
Cater to her like that. Yeah. I get that. And by no means, I'm glad she went to where she had to go to get the money. I'm glad that they got paid, but they still got put in front of some eyes. You know what I'm saying? They were still where we could see them. And it's a shame on the United States for not catering to something, but I can understand why they're not really catering to it. People are bite my head off, but it's dominated by other than Caucasians. It's dominated by them. No, they ain't gonna spend their money like that. We get what we get. I have to be happy and satisfied with it because I can't force them to give me any more. But for the women to get paid the way they've been getting paid, I attribute Jay Paul to that. I know he's a character and everything, but he has helped shine the light on women boxing, and he has helped make their paydays bigger. So you got to give him gratitude for that. Eddie Hearn has shined some light on the women too. I give him that, but I still think he a scumbag for the stuff that he do and how he circumvent things. Something good come out of it. He get those women in front of the camera and he get them paid. I could be appreciative of that, but nothing else that he does. I don't like that dude for that.
Yeah, so these women, they recognize this window is open right now. They don't know how long it's going to be open. So they just saying, we're going to take it right now. Forget all that other, playing games and stuff. They just taking it now, and they all benefiting from it. Every time one fight happens, another fight happens, and they all benefit from it just because they keep on fighting. So I think with the male boxers, I think it's just a rinse and repeat. I think when they initially come in, they hungry, like right now with Ennis and all that. Even with him, you see it in him right now, but it's not going to surprise me if Ennis became a top boy. It's not going to surprise me if then it become about the business, a la, oh man, as long as that check right, all that type of talk. Eventually, that's going to come out. It's just part of the cycle.
It's just what it is, the nature of the beast. Can't cry or complain about it.
And see, to me, the reason why Haney hasn't gone on that path yet, because even though he's collected the hardware, he still ain't became that household name that he feels that he can become and that he wants to become. You know what I mean? He wants to be more than just, obviously more than just known within boxing circles, and he wants to be more than just an urban star.
Well, we'll see how that work out for him because he's already paid. So if he's, he's already paid. He seems to be pretty comfortable with that. So if all he's chasing is the shine, then, that might cause him to be in fights that you'll be like, oh man, he taking this fight. That might cause him to do that because you're saying he's chasing something else, which could, that could get you good fights. I don't see Devin Haney not wanting to fight anybody. Kind of like I don't see Shakur Stevenson not wanting to fight anybody. I can't put Tank's name in there because we haven't really seen him want to fight anybody.
Yeah, believe it or not, it's rare when you got a guy who like really don't want to fight another one at the top. A lot of them boys, they just say, make the business right, and they'll make the fight happen. That's what it be about.
Well, it's good to know that fighters are aware that there's some stuff that goes on in this business that can benefit me that, we've been cut out of for a long time, man. It's been benefiting you, and you really shouldn't even be getting that part because you have nothing to do with what's happening in the ring. I can see the big fight about the money and everything like that. And I can also see how things are going on. They said Eddie responsible for Jake Paul, and KSI just didn't capitalize on on it. When he had Showtime dangling Floyd and the Pauls took the bait and signed them boys. Well, I feel you on that, Joseph Brown. Eddie Hearn is the one that put those YouTube fights on first. That's right. So he did give Jake Paul and them their start. Good memory.
So let me drop this one on you, MZ. Let's look at some of the positive side. Spence Crawford failed at a crucial time for PBC and Showtime. So Showtime put tremendous pressure on PBC, and as a result, you got Caleb Plant versus Benavidez. So how you feel about that?
Oh shoot, I like that fight. I like that fight all the way around. I think Caleb can outbox Benavidez. Got to stay on his feet. Got to stick and move. Got to use angles. Got to be prepared for that defense because Benavidez is going to keep coming. But I think Caleb got longer arms than Benavidez, so that could play to his advantage. I feel like he has good footwork. Not that David doesn't have good footwork. David can stalk you well. He can stalk you real good. But I don't know how well he turns when shots are being thrown at him. If Caleb can box in boxing angles and be smart on defense, like wrap up when he get up against the ropes. Don't even let Benavidez get to work. Wrap his ass up and get him spent around so you can get back on your on moving your feet. I think it's a good fight. I've been waiting for it. I got planned.
Okay, well, see, I'm looking at, just like I said, the reason why the fight came about. That's a fight that could have been stalled longer and longer and longer. So we probably got to be fortunate that this resulted as a disappointment in that other fight for us. But nonetheless, this fight is here. And, there's really no major belt on the line. So it just goes to show that we don't always need a championship belt to be on the line to have a fight that the fans are interested in.
True. Because people been kind of waiting for this fight. I got to sneeze, but it won't come out. People been kind of waiting for this fight. So it could have been a championship fight, but somebody kept messing up. Losing the belt on the scales and then losing it with extracurricular activities. Then Caleb lost to Canelo. So, yeah, this fight could have been something sooner. But we getting it what we getting it at. There's no belts in line. But are they fighting for a mandatory spot?
Well, technically, David has a WBC secondary type title, so therefore it's going to be marketed as a title match. Yeah, that's all I know about as far as mandatories and positions and everything.
Okay, because Canelo is undisputed 168, right?
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, his belt don't count. This is going to be a good fight that's up in the air. They're going to label it how they label it, but all the belts is in one spot. Do Canelo got both of the WBC belts?
Nah, he has, we'll just say he has the primary belt, the only one that should count.
Yeah. Where's the franchise? I mean, he has the franchise belt. Where's the other WBC belt at?
Well, actually, he has the franchise. There's no franchise at 168.
Where's the franchise at? 160?
You know what? That belt has been just canceled altogether. And
what weight class was it at though?
Yeah, it was at 160. Yeah, it was at 160. So yeah, right now in boxing, yeah, I just thought about it. You don't have a franchise belt at all anymore.
Okay, so his protection is gone.
Mm-hmm.
And he don't want to fight at 160 no more. So he's stuck at 168. The ceiling at 175 is real low. There's nothing up there that you want to go mess with right now. It'd be a waste to go up there and fight anything that doesn't have a belt. And those two dudes is waiting for you up there. Do not look like they're willing to give it to you easy. One of them already to whoop you. The other one might knock you out.
Yeah.
In 168, I've heard the Demetrius Andrade is supposed to be moving up. I'm not going to even speak on Jamal. Benavidez is at 168. Caleb Plant, it's quite a few people there to have some issues with. He probably won't pick Benavidez right away because of the I don't want to fight my countryman type of thing. But if he don't pick a fight with any of those other guys, those names that's hungry, that's out there doing their thing, people gonna look. I feel like people gonna look at him different. They're gonna be like, dude, you're not really fighting nobody. Then they're gonna probably try to say, oh, he's been fighting for so long. He getting ready to make his way out. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't hit us with that.
Well, one built-in excuse for a lackluster opponent is going to be, if you recall, Canelo is likely to be out until about September of 23. So that would equate to about a year layoff. So I find it very hard to believe he's going to come off a year layoff and go right back into a real difficult fight with a Bivol or a fighter, anywhere near as dangerous. I just don't see that happening.
Wait a minute. Come off. If he got all the belts and then he goes and sit down for a year, there's going to be mandatories that should be getting ready to be called upon.
This goes back to that little conversation we had earlier about how the sanctioning bodies play and change their rules.
Yeah, we really get a chance. It's really got tight for him because a year layoff would mean mandatories have rolled around. The only one that probably wouldn't be rolled around is the 18-month one. I think y'all was saying the WBO. It'll take a little longer for that one. But I'm sure the IBF will be up. The WBC should be coming around the corner. And the WBA should be coming around the corner. So a year out, that's 3 fights that should be in his face with good contentions in it. Top names. But we'll see how they play it. We'll see how they rearrange it.
Yeah, everything you're saying, it definitely makes sense. It's just about whether or not the sanctioning bodies play by their rules or not. So, like I said, a Bivol rematch it's always going to be discussed, but we don't know if that's ever going to come to fruition. But another rematch that's been some buzz has been generated about it. The Clarissa Shields versus Savannah Marshall. I don't know if you've seen that fight yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Boy, yeah, there's definitely some chatter about a rematch.
Well, we'll have to see if Clarissa wants to take a rematch, give her a rematch, then so be it. You know, that'd be a good fight again. But I think Clarissa beat her. I think she beat her.
Oh yeah, in the first fight, yeah, she definitely beat her. Like it was that was a real good women's fight, but yeah, she definitely beat her clearly in that one.
Now, as long as they don't be like, well, what do you think is going to change in the second fight? You know, since she beat her so convincingly, does it deserve a rematch?
From a competitive stance, see, it was a competitive but a clear win, in my opinion. So it's not like it needs a rematch due to controversy, but as far as if you're
Do you
looking at
think
the
she stand a chance of beating her a second time?
mm, not as a favorite, but yeah, she has a chance to win. I do feel she has a chance to win, but I wouldn't favor her.
Okay. Yeah, so you would go in there thinking, you know, looking at it like it's a foregone conclusion that Savannah gonna lose again.
Yeah, and I think that fight, I think they would literally just continue on from where they ended at. You know, around 10, they were going to 11, and just keep going. That was I really enjoyed that fight. How Savannah, she just basically realized that she couldn't win a boxing match with her just trying to play chess with her and stuff, and she just said, "Fuck it, let me just lay it all on the line and just try to fight this woman. I'm gonna have to just fight this woman."
Yep, that's how it be sometimes. Joseph Brown said Canelo has his own rules with the sanctioning bodies. Then he comes back and said it would be good for women boxing for that rematch. And Baumgartner was to rematch as well with Michaela. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Michaela and Baumgartner fight again. I feel like Michaela gave enough to maybe earn a rematch.
Yeah, I feel that fight was closer as far as the fights that happened on that card. Yeah, that was definitely closer. And then that's another one. That's is rematch chatter going around about. I just don't think that one will happen immediately next because Alicia is going after Undisputed.
Yeah, that part. Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm off mute. Yeah, that part. I wouldn't mind seeing it get undisputed. That'd be all right with me. Totally all
Yeah,
right.
and I think that's just going to be a continuous thing in women's boxing. Just constant pushes for Undisputed. It
Yeah,
just that's just going to be a continuous thing happening, and I don't think any boxing fan is complaining about it.
sure. Why would they? You getting to see the best put pitted up against the best. And I'm just waiting to see the new crop of girls to start falling in. I'm hoping that it has really excited a younger culture to come in of some more Baumgartners and Shields and Michaela Mayers and what's her name from across Katie Taylor's. I hope it has motivated a lot of young women to start flooding the sport so we can get a chance to see a lot more of those athletes do their thing. That's what I'm looking forward to before they just mess the whole game up.
Oh yeah, you talking about before the Olympics are no longer.
They messing up everything.
Man, it's just I mean shit, just so much damn corruption and took place. They looking at it, they rather just instead of trying to fix the system from inside out, they rather just scrap it.
Which would be terrible for a boxing fan like myself because I don't have another sport to look at.
Let me piggyback off some amateur discussion while we're here. So, are you familiar with this man? This name he beat Keyshawn Davis to stop him from winning gold medal. His Andy Cruz.
I've heard Andy Cruz name.
Okay, yeah. So Cuban fighter won gold medal over Keyshawn. He recently defected from Cuba to because he has plans of turning pro, and right now it's being heavily rumored that he's in USA. So
I thought that they were saying that Cuba was joining the allowing their people to join the professional ranks.
Oh, there's something in place, but I'm gonna put it like that. That whole system, it sounds way better than what it actually is when you start reading, the details of it, the fine print.
As far as the rumors about it, he might be over here already.
Yeah, those rumors just came about. It's been reported that he defected from Cuba 2 days ago.
Mm.
But yeah, I just heard hours ago that it's being reported that he's actually in USA right now.
But okay. Well, we see how that work out for him. If we might look up and he be promoted by the Godfather of boxing.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that'd be wicked because that's somebody that won a gold medal. So, I mean, just having that character there around that whole 135 division, that,
Yeah,
that really shakes shit up because now you got another player there.
we got to figure out a way for them to bridge. It's got to be a way for these networks to bridge the gap. But you talking about, two networks talking about sharing money on fights. It's one thing when it's Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather, Tyson Fury and Wilder, they just big like that. But how do you convince them that if we just work together on these things, it could be something magnificent? If we can just get past that hurdle, so many fights we could see get made. If we can get the promoters to just see it that way. I don't know whose system is the best, yours or mine, but kind of come up with some kind of way where you could see into it. But I tell you one thing that I have something about, and that's the back end money that the PBC fighters get. Now I don't know how it predominantly works, but whatever it is and however it is explained, they get it and they ride with it heavily. Um, it's so heavy that it allows them to be willing to take less millions in a situation because they know they walk away with some money that's good. But what is it about that back end that is so alluring to make them sign for it wholeheartedly and not have to worry about nothing like Earl Spence said in his tweet, I was good and satisfied with what I was projected to get. And that money that you came at me with, that was for your benefit. What you think about that? That back end money. What do you think it is that's so alluring to these fighters?
Back end money is still interesting. I've heard Rick Glaser talk about it many times, but I still got specific questions to understand about it because it's usually explained to me that back end money comes from putting yourself on as the promoter of an event. I've heard that it's more lucrative when it comes to a pay-per-view event, but it's not only limited to a pay-per-view event. So, for example, I heard, okay, the Wilder versus Ortiz, the first fight. This was 2018. Wilder had never had a pay-per-view fight yet. Now, even though Ortiz was listed at having made like 500,000 and Wilder was listed at making just under 2 million. Well, I heard Wilder stay out of his own mouth that the reason he laughed at certain offers that was being made to him because he actually made 10 million for that fight. So you see, that's a huge difference in, considered guaranteed money compared to that quote unquote back end money, because you would say, well, shit, he made, 4 times more on the back end. But that's not how it always happens, because usually, your back end money don't equate to nowhere near the amount of the guaranteed money. So I think there's no one set standard how the back end money works, but I'll definitely have some questions to ask Rick next time I get a chance, because it'd be certain stuff that it don't be consistent with other stuff. I might have stepped away. But yeah, this
My bad.
okay.
I had muted myself. Joseph Brown said it's all about the rights to a fight. Who's going to get the lion's share to make money every time it's aired? And to me, back end money sounds like residual money, like royalty money. It sounds like every time your fight get played somewhere, you're gonna get a check. Every time your fight is streamed and it collects money, you're gonna get some of that money. It sounds like a ongoing type process. If you ask me, that's what back end money kind of sounds like to me. I could be understanding totally wrong, but that's what every time I hear somebody speak about it, that's what it kind of equates to. It equates to like royalties. So I can see how you can make some good money like that. It might not sell today, but it'll surely sell tomorrow and many times after that.
So on a certain event, if you even willing to take back end money, you got to be projecting that the quote unquote back end money is going to equate to somewhere in this figure or somewhere in that figure. You know, you got to have an estimate of what it is, or at least what you think it would be. So that's what I'm saying. Like it confuses me how Wilder was listed to only have made $2 million, but he said he made $10 million for that fight. That means that the back end money was, like I said, like 4 times greater than the guaranteed money. But it's like, should we expect all fights to have back end money to, make that much more? Because from the numbers I've always heard, outside of that Wilder situation, it don't really work like that.
I guess that's where they go. That's where they bet on themselves at. That's where they bet on themselves at. Can I sell this fight? Am I that guy? Am I that guy that they can put in front of people and people who want to buy it? Am I that guy that people will say he had that fight, but I'm willing to watch it again? Am I that guy that people in another country might want to show that fight as an example? All these things, play into effect. And I'm sure they figured out a way to look at the projections of each guy. Are you that guy to take this much of a chance on yourself? Because once again, you sell a fight, it is what it is. If it works the way we sit here thinking that every time a fight sells again or re-airs or something like that, they getting checks like if they was I can't remember the name, Tim whatever, the guy that plays Woody in Toy Story. He had a show called Tool Time.
Yeah, Alan.
He made $1 million per episode, but then he get a check every time that show comes on again. He gets a check for every episode, every time it plays on whatever network, whatever time of day or night, whatever country. So if back end money is anything like that, I can see how that. I can see that. I can see how it can confuse somebody, because you're going to say, "Well, how much do I know I'm gonna make?" Now you're gonna make as much as you can for as long as people are interested in it. As long as people are interested in the fight after it happens, that's how much money you're gonna make. How interesting was that ass whooping you handed out? Or the one you took. That's what it's about.
And see, that's interesting because, hardcore boxing fans, we all know if you miss any type of relevant fight within 24 hours, that fight will be available on Daily Motion. You can watch it online. Now, I understand the whole, replaying a fight and blah, 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 but let's just take, like I said, like a Wilder or Ortiz. I mean, you can't go and, let's say, if that the pay-per-view, you can't go and purchase that pay-per-view no more. That's, that's over. That's came and went. That replay of that, yeah, it's going to be replayed sometime in Showtime's future if they're still around, but it's like, how often is that getting replayed? You see what I mean? So it's like, you really can't even gauge the projections of this stuff because you don't know how long Showtime is going to be around, for example. So, that to me at this point, that would sound pretty risky, betting on certain stuff as or the amount of times that it's played after, and knowing Showtime might not even be around. Nah, that
Yeah,
don't
well,
sound smart.
when you got in the game, you know, the landscape looked different. But, you know, if everybody was prepared, you know, like Earl Spence gave that interview and he said the day that I signed, I hang and turn right around and say, okay, now let's start talking about your retirement. In pretty much the same breath. If the Showtime PBC fighters have been tutored in this type of thing, a way of thinking, for those that took to it, it's going to show. For those that didn't take to it, it's going to show. But, you know, they looked at the landscape, you know it's not going to always be green. So prepare your fighters to come out of it where they'll still be doing well. Because I'm pretty sure it sucks to be rich and then poor again.
Yeah, I agree. As I said, it's just still some questions that I gotta ask just to get better understanding. But stuff that I can say that's factual. Okay, one of the biggest sponsors of boxing over the last let's say 10 plus years, Tecate, they pulled out of boxing like just completely.
Right, I noticed I don't see him on the ring floor anymore.
Okay, yeah, so they pulled out of boxing. The reason why free cable TV networks, Fox, CBS, they're not dealing with boxing because the sponsors, they just don't want to pay for, they don't want to pay for advertising and boxing. So that means boxing, at least the financial part of it, is declining. So it's like, do you really want to bet on back end money at a time where the shit is declining?
Even when it declined, I'm pretty sure boxing gonna show up somewhere again. Like here's a perfect example. You know how you go, the Zone has something good, and that's they get to show old school fights. You know what I mean? They paid a pretty grip for that. They got some of Floyd Mayweather fights over there. Yeah, that didn't come cheap. Your stuff gonna sell even if it collapses. When you come back up on the scene, that's still yours. And if it starts selling again because a new entity takes over for Showtime and PBC, or Eddie Hearn them get it, they got to spend money to get it, and that money goes to you. That's how back end money works. And from what I gather, I'm thinking that's what it is. But if I'm wrong, then okay, it is what it is. I'm looking at it as like a residual money, like your rights when you make music. It don't matter how long it takes to get over. Once it starts playing, in order for it to play, somebody got to pay. And in order for it to stream, somebody got to pay. And that money got to go. That money, if I'm understanding, is hooked to this fight some kind of way, which means if they paying, you getting paid. That's a pretty good deal, I think, because I can see how it could make a lot of money, but I don't see how it could make no money unless it just straight out suck. Good morning, good night, MZ panelists and my family. Good morning, Army Brown 09, and good night. Glad you came through. That's just how I see it.
Oh yeah, she must just got off that game and channel that damn Armin Brown.
Man, I listened to them one day. They was talking about food and stuff. I was like, what in the world is happening here? She had a nice little energy channel. I appreciated chilling over there that day. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up. You got anything else you want to say, Hyphy?
No. Just another good Tuesday evening. Take me late into the evening. I'll be around next week.
And I plan on being here too.
Yeah, take us home with one of them good bangers. Everybody else in the chat, thanks for coming by. I'll get with y'all later. Gone.
All right. Since it is what it is, I'm going to go ahead and hit y'all one more time with that boy Social Scientist. Can't believe he didn't come through tonight. But Hydro Blow by the Track Titans featuring Social Scientist. Oh, snap. Wrong button. I would suck as a DJ.
Shorty looking mad fly. had me captivated when she walked by. I'm serious, she had me feeling this tingle, son. Stimulating conversation after mingling. Honey was jingling, and stretched jeans looking clean. Appearance would enhance any scene. I mean, feel me? Really, I know it sounds silly, but looking at her was like puffing on a fat fillet. Relaxing, she had this natural attraction. She started laughing when she saw my reaction. Oh my, passed the name and number to the cell. Asked for mine, I said his only last name is Bell. Also known as the O, the B, the 3, the A, the S, the T. It's me, obese, if you get high, then I'm your guy. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go.
Slow burn. Say what you want, just be blunt. I can stand it, please. Take a ride on Decay Airlines. I promise you'll be glad you came. The fire in your eyes make wetness between your thighs. You say you never blow, I eliminate your disguise. Underneath your green exterior, I gaze. Exploration of your brain leaves me in a purple haze. I see consent as my morals continue living. I just like to engage in a little oral tradition. So pardon my unorthodox approach that lays and luscious. That's just the way I roll. Lick the split before I stuff it. You like it hot, I got enough smoke to choke the average stroke. But tonight I'm trying to go a little deeper. Loving the feel of your lips, taking drags off this gas, just puff and never pass. I'm your high value reason.
I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go.
I'm chilling in my room on this night. I got something tied up in the shower. Am I right? A friend in the negligee smiling and she rolling up. Every once in a while looking up, saying, "Girl, hurry up." She placed her gaze back up on me and took a deep sigh and said, "I'm so hungry. You want a drink?" I said, "Yeah." And while she walking to the table, she asked me what I think. I like the way your lips poke, I like she pout. And that ass got my little man shouting. She kinda giggled, "Oh, you like what you see?" Before I can answer, I heard, "Hey, what about me?" I turned around, she got a pose with no clothes, with her leg up on the chair, with her ass exposed. She said, "Don't speak, just lay back on the bed." Said something about double heat. Yeah, you heard what she said.
If I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. Yo, 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 yo. When it comes to my lyrical thesis, don't be facetious. Calculate what you're going to say, aka speeches. You can play this message for everyone that it reaches. I snatch the pits from their cores, leave you with spineless speeches. I drop landmines like storming no-meaning beaches. Wait while you recover, attack you while at your weakest. You a hypocrite like a sinner who always preaches. Talking about the Lord, but you really don't know who he is. We is judge and jury, fuck what your plea is. Stand trial, but see for a planet right where your feet is. Click the button, kaboom, blow you to little pieces. Have the courtroom smelling like burnt flesh and pieces. Jesus, order in court, judge calling recess. Trying to understand if you witness the shit that we just. Your people upset cause that shit was kind of egregious. I've been over the top ever since I was just a fetus. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo,
I hit it, they've been practicing to spit it automatic. Understand there's no practicing when you already got it. When they claiming that they better if you're writing, then it's no. It's 21 plus, we gon' finally let it go. Damn Z, always understanding for the family. These niggas out here weak, and ain't no way that they can stand it. Plan B, always recognize and never hesitate. You listen to the track, open your mouth and hit detonate.
I am Michael Myers to every MC. I am Halloween. Texas Chainsaw in the cypher, leaving cerebellum and sling the predator. You ain't ready for what I'm ready for. It's whatever, bro. Rest in peace to my competitors. Live from the gas chamber, my mind's so fucking tangled. Take one of these fucking rappers, hang them high and watch them dangle. Cut the fucking rope, and if you twist and he get strangled. I control the MIC and you can't fuck with me. No, not likely. Do not give a fuck if you don't like me. This is strictly for my niggas like to PAC. I'm colder than the polar vortex, chilling in the AC. Mr. Freeze to my foes, that means you can't freeze what's already for. I got some good gas, that strong, smoking by the whole zone. So fucking high, I go sit on top of the ozone. These boys sounding whack as hell. I can sue, rhyme form, I form Voltron. Yeah, it's no damage cyphers here. Hits from the bone, taking hits from the bitch. Driving optimistic, crime jumping out, dumping shots out, Megatron. Next time you speak like speak up, pussy bitch, use the phone. I use the phone, line like category 10. Cyclone, cause cataclysmic event. Board up your home, pyroclastic flow. No warning shots, it's on. Kill shot straight to the dome. Yeah, I'm on my Snoop Dogg block, climb to the ball. Stay back, way back, call the hazmat. Chemical spill on the track, mustard gas and air rags. Yeah, we came to party, leave the whole scene ransack. Back tight, run that.
Back, creeping on the low. Get that MYSTRO. That gonna cause a wreck the damn show. Now all I gotta do is shut the fucking door. Chillin', reclining on the scene. I be coolin', they say I'm looking mean. I ain't trippin', I'm just trying to see the green. We having fun and we fulfilling all our dreams. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo.